Good morning, everyone. So, welcome to our presentation of the nominees' plans and programs. So, I would like to request everyone to please settle down because we are about to start in a few minutes. So please all settle down, and we are now about to start the program. Please all stand for the Philippine National Anthem. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Lisa Pataksil, one of the member of the search committee. So to formally start our program, may I request Professor Emeritus Rex Cruz for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Lisa. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Good morning to all those who are joining us here live and those who are joining us online. So tayo ay mainstream ngayon, ang tawag na live stream. para akong nasa planning mainstreaming, no. Live stream tayo ngayon sa Facebook, no, page ng UPLB. So welcome to everyone and thank you for joining us in this very important part of the search process for the next UPLB Chancellor. No? So first, I'd like to greet ang ating mga panauhin ngayon dito sa ating bulwagan. Of course, kayong lahat ay mahalaga dito, but special recognition to especially to our alumni who are joining us here. We have the president of UPLBAA, Mr. Manny Baradas. We have the president of CAPS, Mr. Billy Gualberto. And we have the president of SEM Alumni Association, former Regent Francis Laurel. And of course, greetings to our nominees who are going to present their vision and plans. Let me begin with Dr. Willie Basolo, Dr. Elpidio Agbisit, Dr. Dong Camacho, and of course, Dr. Rex de Mafelis. No? And of course, binabati ko rin ang ating mga officials are joining us here. Nakita ko kanina, si BC Roland Bello, doon sa likod, and then si BC Nel Bantayan, no? And dumating na pala, si Vice Harold, no? Ng Innovation, no? And Enterprise Management. Tama ba? Yeah. Yes. Of course, greetings then to our mga members ng search committee. Andito si Vice President Marian Coquia Regidor, who is the representative of President Jimenez, no? And we have of course yung ating MC si Dr. Lisa Pataksil, who is the senior faculty representative. And we have Miss Emmy Mariveles, who is the representative of Reps. And we have Ms. Reden Bicomong, who is the representative of the admin staff. And then we have Cedric Rojas, who is the representative of student, the president of USC. We have also 30, Kando, who is the junior faculty representative. And malilimutan ko na naman, andito ang ating Assistant Vice President Mark Chico. No? Andun sa likod, siya yung in charge doon sa live streaming natin. And we also have Assistant to the Vice Chancellor Rachel Mojado. Rachel, ito sa likod. Okay, so again, welcome to everyone, and we're glad that you're joining us here. We hope that many more will join us, no, as we go along with the program. This event today is very important because this is when our nominees are going to make known to us, no, yung kanilang vision and plans. Of course, this has been posted sa ating Facebook page and sa website, no. So you must have read itong kanilang vision and plans, no. And this is the time that we'll hear it directly from them. And at the same time also have the opportunity to ask them, questions about their vision and plans. And we are encouraging everyone to write their questions on a piece of paper. No? May na-distribute na piece of paper dyan. You can write your questions on those piece of paper. And then we will collect them, and then we will randomly select yung mga questions, because we cannot possibly entertain all the questions that will be fielded from you, no? And but rest assured na yung hindi magtatanong dito, no, we will still process all those questions and then consider them, in the interview of the individual nominees. So pag may mga tanong kayo, to them, and we believe that it's important and urgent, don't worry, we will take them into consideration, and tatanungin namin sila kung mahalaga na matanong sila about those questions or issues that you will raise na hindi natin ma-address dito sa ating programa ngayong umaga. No? So our nominees will be given 40 minutes to present their vision and plans, no? And the Q&A will follow after the last presentation. So wala tayong intervening Q&A, no? Kinakailangan tapusin muna lahat ng presentation bago tayo makakapagtanong ng question. But you can already write your questions because we will start collecting them as soon as you have them, no, and matapos ang presentation ng isang nominee, no. So that is how we will proceed with this question. The committee reserved the right to filter out questions that we feel and believe the nominees may not answer, no. So filter out namin yung mga questions na tingin namin ay hindi relevant, no, to relevant to the vision and plans of the nominees. So yun lamang ang gusto kong ma-reiterate dito sa ating proseso, no? And really we're looking forward to a very lively discussion on important issues that important issues and concerns that you may have concerning, the selection of the next UPLB Chancellor. No? As I speak, I saw some other guests who came in. Andito si VC Agham, no? Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. And parang may nakita pa ako, nawala na lang sa isip ko kaagad. No? We have professors, Professor Emerita who are joining us. Kita ko doon si Pompe, PE Pompe Santa Cruz, si PE Cleo Sermancia, si PE Ike Pacardo, Professor Emeritus Ike Pacardo, and I think yun lang yung nakita ko coming in. So with that, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat, and looking forward to a very lively discussions.
Thank you, Dr. Rex, for that warm opening remarks. So we are now ready to start the presentation of the plans and programs of our nominees. So let me call on Dr. Willie P. Abasado, our first nominee for Chancellor.
Okay. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Alisin ko muna yung kaba ko, ha? Hindi po. So, first of all, it's an honor and a privilege to present to you my plans, visions for UPLB if considered as the next Chancellor of UPLB. So, my theme is entitled UPLB First. Innovating with nature, transforming people, and serving the nation. My vision for UPLB for the next 3 years is for UPLB to be a globally distinguished, socially accountable, national university leading transformative, inclusive, sustainable agroecological and technological advancements for national development. To achieve this, my missions would be to enable, to provide the enabling environment for students to excel, to empower our faculty and staff, to facilitate the processing of papers through digital governance, to translate research outputs into national impact, to improve teaching and research laboratories, and to further improve international visibility, competitiveness, active and collaborative partnership. My strategic programs to achieve this mission, first, so they are entitled People First, Academic Excellence, Democratic Access to UPLB, Innovation for the People, UPLB at Work, Digital Governance, UPLB as a model of sustainability, UPLB Untapped Potentials, and finally, active alumni engagement. First, People First. Under this, I have 3 main topics. Number 1 is student infrastructure and well-being. Number 2, faculty empowerment. And number 3, staff and reps development. I envision a UPLB where every student has the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive through quality education, modern facilities, meaningful research, global exposure, and a supportive learning environment. So under this, my plan of action is first to improve the learning facilities of our graduates to remain globally competitive, to expand the learning commons across the university where the students can congregate, have group studies, to rehabilitate the dormitories and other student housing, to enhance student health care by providing accessible basic medical services, comprehensive mental health and counseling services, to look for more scholarships and student grants, to uphold the safe haven policy wherein regardless of beliefs, religion, gender, that every student's voice will be heard and protected, to provide food assistance to students facing financial constraints, and finally, to ensure that every student would have the required minimum units to enroll, regardless whether they are regular students or irregular students. Next would be faculty empowerment. At the heart of UPLB's excellence are its people, particularly its faculty members, whose expertise and dedication shapes the university's future. They are the builders of knowledge, educators of our students, knowledge innovators, and mentors of future leaders. For UPLB to strengthen its global standing and national relevance, we must invest in our faculty members. So to achieve that, my plan is to ensure that our faculty members can pursue teaching and research with academic freedom while fostering interdisciplinary collaboration and innovation. To strengthen faculty development by expanding opportunities for graduate education, postdoctoral training, international and global fellowships. To strategically distribute the teaching load of our permanent faculties so that they will have more time to engage in research and also in mentoring their students by strengthening our pool of teaching associates, lecturers, teaching fellows, and in some cases, our visiting professors. To proactively pursue and secure competitive research grants for national and international funding agencies to allow our faculty to engage in more comprehensive research activities. To support their mental health programs as well as their wellness activities. To improve faculty well-being by expanding housing opportunities and child care assistance. And to build a smart, sustainable, and inspiring campus so that the faculty would really be engaged in all the activities here in the university. To streamline administrative processes through efficient, transparent, data-informed, and digitally integrated systems. And at the end of the day, one major objective is to produce more UP scientists. Next are staffs and reps development. Staff and reps are the backbone of UPLB. They are the ones who ensure that our laboratories function effectively, our offices operate efficiently, our extension programs reaches the communities, and every student receives the support that they need. They are not merely support personnel, but as equal partners of the university in achieving its mandate of honor, excellence, and public service. So for staff and reps development, my plan is to strengthen competency development and leadership training, support graduate education opportunities, mentoring, and continuous skill upgrading. So the one issue of the staffs and reps is that the promotion scheme that Because for them to be promoted, they have to apply for another position. So with this, I want the staff to be equipped so that if there's a higher position that would be available, they will be more than qualified for that position. To advocate for the full implementation of the Magna Carta for researchers. No, our researchers have been exposed to a lot of chemicals, a lot of hazardous waste, but we don't have the Magna Carta to give them some incentive, so I will advocate for that. To advance faculty and staff well-being through holistic wellness programs that includes mental health support. To improve housing opportunities and child care support. I have noticed that, especially for younger staff, their main problem is raising their children while working. So I plan to provide that additional child support so that as they work, they are assured that their children are well taken care of. To partner with different agencies for trainings, scholarships, research generations, research collaboration, and professional development. To foster participatory governance by empowering everyone to contribute ideas and solutions. And at the end of the day, my target is also to produce more CSC career scientists within our ranks. Next would be academic excellence. Here I have two topics, or two things that I want to do under academic excellence. Namely, transformative learning and UPLB Beyond Borders. Transformative learning. UPLB should transform its approach to learning. Education has become increasingly more interdisciplinary, experiential, digitally enabled, globally advanced, globally connected, and responsive to emerging national needs. So under this, my plan is to re-engineer the core courses to make it flexible and industry-linked competencies geared towards the fourth industrial revolution environment. I plan also to expand UPLB's reach through the open and distance e-learning or ODEL formats, virtual interaction, and off-campus mode of offering to democratize UPLB's specialized courses for working professionals. I plan to have more AI-secured programs to promote critical thinking and human connection. So there are times that our students rely more on AI. So with this, secured AI programs would be utilized. And also, just of the changes in the way we teach our students, the mode that we are using, hybrid mode, maybe it's high time for us to review our academic assessment tool, if it is still applicable, or do we need to change it? And of course, to sustain international quality assurance benchmarks and seamless credit transfer system, not only here in the ASEAN region, but just like what Chancellor Camacho did in supporting SEAT, the Washington Accord, maybe we can still look for something, move forward to that so that not only here in the ASEAN region, but globally, that our quality would be assured. A UPLB Education Beyond Borders. UPLB has the global distinctive expertise in tropical agriculture, forestry, biodiversity, biotechnology, veterinary medicine, natural resource, and sustainability. These are the fields that universities in temperate countries cannot easily replicate. So this is our edge towards. So with this, we can develop a joint graduate program with leading universities worldwide for students to study across institutions, learn from international faculty, undertake joint supervised research, and earn internationally recognized joint or multiple degrees. So, just like when I was the dean, I tried to initiate a three-country offering of the Masters on Natural Resources and Conservation. So it is with Bogor University as well as in Malaysian University, wherein the students can go around these different universities to earn the degree and to have the experience that they need. So we can do that university level, I think. So democratic access to UPLB, third program. Ensuring equitable access to a UPLB education remains a critical priority. Success in the UPCAT often depends not only on a student's ability and potential, but also on the access of adequate preparation, quality learning resources, guidance, and a strong support system. Students from remote, underserved, and marginalized communities may not have the same opportunities and resources available. So my plan is to develop more non-UPCAT programs that could pave the way for admission to a degree program. Currently, we have 4 here in the UPLB. I want to add more so that we will have underserved communities. The students there will have more access to UPLB education. And of course, to support the UP system in the rollout of UPCAT applications from forms to geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. This would give access to underprivileged and marginalized students of our UPCAT form. Fourth, innovation for the people. SDG-aligned laboratories. A globally competitive university should have modern, state-of-the-art laboratories and facilities to be able to generate excellent research results, compete with other world-class universities, and attract more students. So with this, I plan to transform traditional laboratories to globally competitive interdisciplinary spaces and incubation startups. I have planned to align the laboratories to the UN Sustainable Development Goals that could study sustainable energy from biomass, food security issues, bioconservation, environmental crisis, and the likes. Pro-people innovation and technology transfer. As a public service university, converting academic research into patent-protected and research commercialization will be fast-tracked. UPLB will ensure that research outputs will benefit the target users through community partnerships, innovation, hubs, and inclusive commercialization pathways. I want to ensure that research outputs go beyond publication. It should provide meaningful and lasting benefits for their intended users. Fifth, UPLB at work. State universities and colleges and local universities and colleges, particularly those in underserved areas, may face limitations and specialized expertise, laboratory facilities, equipments, and other learning resources. These constraints limit students' access to the full range of academic and practical experiences essential to their education. Similarly, some local government also needs our assistance in developing their plans for their communities. So UPLB at Work will partner with SUCs and LUCs by sharing UPLB's expertise, resources, and best practices. That will strengthen the SUCs and LUCs' academic excellence, research productivity, extension services, and institutional development. And likewise, we will mobilize UPLB experts to support local government units in proactive planning and related initiatives. Number 6, digital governance. I envision a UPLB where administrative processes are efficient, transparent, data-informed, and digitally integrated, with technology serving as a tool for good governance. So we will further digitize and modernize existing administrative processes. We will further improve our integrated online services, electronic document tracking, transparent transaction status monitoring, and management dashboard. We will streamline the administrative procedures to facilitate the process. And we will build a responsive and people-centered system that supports the success and well-being of students, faculty, reps, and administrative staff. 7, UPLB model of sustainability. UPLB should thrive in harmony with nature. This is one of our main advantages. No? We have Mount Makiling as our backyard. So we need to live in harmony with nature, empower its people, and sustainably manage its resources as a leader in sustainable development and environmental stewardship. So here I would like to advance the integration of renewable energy resources to UPLB, to supplement UPLB's electricity requirement, construct water storage and treatment facilities to enhance sustainable water resource management, to implement a responsible solid waste management practice, to conserve and safeguard our existing waterways, and if ever there would be an infrastructure development, I would like it to be aligned to a nature-based land use plan so that it would be inconsistent with nature. Untapped potentials. UPLB's integrated campus, including the Mount Makiling Forest Reserve, has a total land area of approximately 5,225 hectares. To generate additional resources where that could be used for UPLB's projects, researches, facility upgrades, scholarships, idle lands and untapped resources should be identified and its potential will be optimized. So this is just an example because I come from the College of Forestry. I want to optimize the use of the Rainforest Park and the Makiling Botanical Garden. And of course, other land holdings of UPLB. Once we identified and we will prepare a development plan so that we can optimize the potential of these untapped resources. And number 9, active alumni engagement. Alumni are the lifelong partners of UPLB. They are the mentors to our students, collaborators to our faculty, partners in innovation, bridges to government and industries, ambassadors of UPLB around the world, and co-builders of UPLB's future. They are our source of inspiration and our guide. So we will ask the participation of our alumni through this alumni, having our alumni as an affiliate or adjunct professor so that they can share their expertise to our students. And of course, in preparing research proposals, management plans. So my experience in the College of Forestry is that the programs, plans of the college would not have been successful if not for the alumni partnership. So we are, and we, of course, as in the university, we will still strengthen that partnership with our alumni. So as a concluding remark, these are my objectives. So After 3 years, I hope that we will have more empowered faculty and staff. We have more technical assistance and volunteer work to other agencies, more undergraduate programs, more graduate programs, staff with MS and PhDs. Partnerships and collaboration will be increased. Number of researchers will increase. Number of publication, of course. And we will have state-of-the-art facilities, laboratories, more scholarships, more enrollment, and we will have more scientists, more civil service, career scientists, and of course, more quality assurance. My commitment to UPLB. My leadership is anchored on the values of honor, excellence, service, integrity, innovation, compassion, respect, and collaboration. These principles define our identity and will guide every decision and action we will undertake. Under my leadership, we will foster an inclusive environment where everyone is valued, empowered, and no one will be left behind. If entrusted the responsibility of serving as Chancellor, I commit to leading with integrity, transparency, fairness, and compassion. I will listen, consult, empower the university community while always placing the interests of the university above personal interest. Leadership is not defined by authority, but by the commitment to service. This embodies the principle of putting UPLB first, placing the university's mission, people, and shared aspiration at the forefront of every decision for the greater good of the university. No chancellor can transform UPLB alone. Meaningful transformation requires the collective effort of our students, faculty, reps, administrative staff, alumni, government, industry partners, communities, and other stakeholders. Together, we can build a university that fosters innovation, embraces inclusivity, achieves global excellence, and remains steadfast in its commitment to public service. Together, let us put UPLB first. A UPLB that is innovative with nature, transformative for people, and unwavering to its service to the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Professor Dr. Willie Abasolo. Ngayon naman po ay tawagin natin ang ating second nominee, Professor Dr. Elpidio M. Agbisit Jr.
Blessed good morning to everyone, to our colleagues and friends here in the auditorium, to our friends and online. Again, a blessed good morning to my fellow nominees, of course, to our Chancellor right here, and all the Vice Chancellors that were acknowledged a while ago, Thank you for coming. And our alumni, presidents over there, Sir Manny. Ano, yung gagwapo ng mga alumni natin doon. It's been a long time since I had the opportunity to talk to people, so I'm a little bit rusty. So let me start. Advancing UPLB's legacy, food security, sustainability, environment, and exclusive development. So yun po yung battle cry ko. So I remember si Sir Rex when he ran for Chancellor, one university, one goal, one destiny. Nung si former Chancellor Sanchez, transforming UPLB. And of course, we all know si Sir Dong ay future-proofing UPLB. So basically, we have to step forward and move ahead. So we have to advance UPLB's legacy in three aspects, no? Food security, sustainability, and environment. As you can see in that drawing or in that slide, 4 major areas that I want to tackle in, no? And it is embedded in the strongest natural figure, the hexagon. Okay? So we have uplifting governance, progressive learning, leading and lasting research impact, and building academe and community. So one aspect that you can also see there is Los Baños spirit. During the graduation, Sir Manny, during addressing the different graduates, always emphasize on Los Baños spirit. Nakikinig ako, Sir Manny, during your talks. Okay? During the graduation, lagi-lagi may Los Baños spirit. Okay? So that's one aspect that we will be discussing also. I'll be sharing to you also. Okay? So, let's tackle first UPLB's legacy. Okay? UPLB's strength lies in its rich legacy of service and excellence. The vision honors the university's historic role as its country's premier agriculture and forestry institution while charting a path towards future leadership in the nation and in the region. Institutional heritage affirms UPLB's pioneering contribution in agriculture, forestry, veterinary medicine, and human ecology as the cradle of our national scientists and academicians. National service ethos to serve farmers, rural communities, and national development. Academic excellence, producing globally respected scholars and leaders. So yun po yung UPLB's legacy. Okay? So let's talk about the spirit. If you Google Los Baños spirit, ang makikita nyo doon, ang unang lalabas ay the myth of Maria Makiling. Okay? So yun ang unang lalabas sa Google. But if you have heard former Dean Bernardo said, what is UPLB or Los Baños spirit or the UPLB spirit? It is about volunteerism. It's about helping. Ibang-iba ang taga Los Baños. Iba-iba ang talaga ang graduate ng UPLB. Kahit saan mo dalhin, pag nalaman nila na taga UPLB ka at graduate ka ng UPLB, iba ang turing nila sa inyo o kayo sa kanila. There is a unique feeling or a unique camaraderie when we talk about the Los Baños spirit. Okay, sabi nga ni Sir Gilberto nung gumagano'n siya. Iba talaga, sir, di ba? Iba talaga ang Los Baños spirit. So, for me, the Los Baños spirit should be instilled in our UP and UPLB's mandate as a national university in terms of innovation, public service, of course, and environment and academic freedom. Of course, this spirit instills in UPLB's guiding principle of honor, excellence, service, integrity, innovativeness, commitment, compassion, and UPLB's identity as scholar ng bayan para sa bayan. So we look at the UPLB Spirit Strategic Roadmap for those who have opened up my vision, mission, okay? Selfless service, public good-driven, innovative, integrative, resilience and responsive, inclusive and integrity, transformative and transdisciplinary are enduring values that define the UPLB's Scholar ng Bayan para sa bayan. Selfless service, walang pag-iimbot na paglilingkod, directly ties to the UP motto of honor, excellence, and service, and its mission of public service, community engagement, and contributing to national and global betterment. It emphasizes, again, the scholar ng bayan para sa bayan. Public good-driven aligns with UP's role as a public university focused on societal impact, sustainable development, and addressing real-world challenges through research and extension core to its mandate. Innovative and integrative supports innovation in teaching, research, and faculty development. It promotes interdisciplinary approaches that aligns with UPLB's strategic goal of academic excellence and collaboration. Resilience and responsive. It prepares the institution and its communities for future uncertainties, climate challenges, relevant to UPLB's strength in agriculture, environment, and of course, biotechnology. And of course, all of our dynamic needs. Inclusive and integrity. It ensures education and opportunities are accessible while upholding ethical standards and academic freedom. Transformative and transdisciplinary aims not just to educate, but to transform individuals, communities, and society through foresighting, systems thinking towards an impactful, relevant, and enduring contribution. Yan po yung spirit. Okay? So yan po yung Los Baños spirit. Then, we proceed now to the mission and vision statement. Alam niyo, habang tinitingnan ko yung mga ibang mission and vision statement ng lahat ng mga ibang CUs and hearing a comment coming from a person from UP Visayas, sabi po niya, bakit kayo sa LB hindi naka-highlight ang agriculture sa vision nyo? Kami sa fisheries, naka-highlight. Sa UPV. Tinignan ko ngayon yung sa UP Manila. Naka-highlight. Naka-highlight rin yung medical sa UP Manila. Pero sa atin, hindi naka-highlight. And of course, one person told me na pag nagbago yung Chancellor, nagbabago yung vision. I think it's about time that we in UPLB have our own vision and mission, disregarding who sits down. And I am proposing a vision mission statement that values-driven, agriculturally anchored, and globally benchmark UPLB that transforms lives through measurable innovation, inclusive leadership, catalytic partnership, and sustainable financing for food security, resilience, and social equity. I know some of you can be turned off when I talk about agriculture, but we have to emphasize that when you look at the seal of UP, there is agriculture there. Tignan nyo yung shield na kinikerry ng ating eagle. That signifies the three basic colleges that the Board of Regents established in 1908. Okay? Liberal arts, medical, and agriculture. Okay? Feeding the mind, taking care of the body, and sustaining it. I think that is a very, very good vision of our Board of Regents noong 1908. Okay? So, I'm proposing this statement vision. In order to achieve this vision statement, I'll go now to the four major components of my program. We're talking about uplifting governance, manpower. A major component po nun ay manpower, processes, and infrastructure. Okay? When you talk about manpower, unahin lang po natin ating estudyante. Student Success and Wellbeing Initiative. All programs, for me, pag pinag-usapan mo estudyante, nasa program siya ng gabay. Guidance and academic support for brighter adept youth. This is to promote student success and holistic development. The university, together with the different colleges, shall integrate student support systems that are accessible, responsive, and student-centered. Okay, so strategic initiatives are listed there po. Gumalaw. Yun. So I know Ma'am Janet has already initiated some of these aspects, but what I foresee, talagang, kasi it's one office cannot really take care of all the needs of our students. Some of them are here, ang daming estudyante. Okay? So it should go down to the colleges or any academic or for every small academic institution. We tried doing that when I was dean of the college. Kung ano yung programs na meron si Ma'am Janet during that time, meron din kaming program associated with it. So may continuity po yung programs. So I'm proposing if I become Chancellor, okay, is for that, no? Ibaba natin sa kolehiyo, ibaba natin sa smallest academic unit pag pinag-uusapan po natin ang welfare ng ating estudyante. So, Student Support Hub, Service Hub, of course, we talk about integrated academic student support, yung mental health and wellness, of course, parang chinat GPT po lahat yan. We have almost the same as that of Sir Willie. Okay? So lipat na po tayo. That's sa student assistance program. So many things po na naiisip namin o naiisip ko na pwedeng incorporate. Then we have the faculty development and teaching excellence. So the programs associated with faculty will be termed KAPWA. Knowledge, advancement, professionalism, well-being, and an accomplished faculty. So the university and the colleges shall invest in a continuous faculty development to strengthen teaching, effectiveness, research, productivity, innovation, and of course, faculty well-being. So strategic initiatives is written there in the slide. Okay. Again, I know that Vice Agham has already looked into some of these initiatives also. So we will try to look into those initiatives and expand of them later on. Okay, so career development paths. So we have students, we have faculty, of course, we have now the reps personal development initiatives. Okay? Kanya-kanya rin po. For our researchers, the program that I am proposing is Linaw. So it's lifting and leveling towards inclusivity, a strong nexus through assistance to promote well-being of our researchers. For our extensionists, Aruga is your program. And for our rep, our professional service, ang inyo pong program ay Husay. So honing through upskilling the support to attain full potential to yield exceptional professional staff. So the reps initiatives, okay? So a competent research, extension, and professional workforce are essential to strengthen the university/the college research and innovative agenda. A structural support program shall be established to enhance the capacity and professional growth of UPLB personnel. Okay? So, of course, some initiatives that we have identified in terms of the REPS Personal Development Initiative are listed there, and you can see them in my vision. Okay? Capacity building, research ethics, dapat ethics and compliance, mentorship, of course, administrative support, and career development pathways. Then we have administrative staff development. So basically, you can see the different manpower there. So sa administrative staff, ang program po na we have identified there is ALAGA, advancing the skills towards leading administrative staff through a goal-oriented advancement. Okay? So, of course, we all know that our administrative personnel plays a critical role in ensuring efficient, transparent, and responsive university operation. Continuous investment in their professional development shall strengthen our institution. Of course, we have identified some of the strategic initiatives: professional development, operational excellence, resource and asset management, employment, wellness, and engagement. Okay? So that ends all the manpower programs for UPLB's governance. Mahina nga battery, Chancellor. Then, of course, the system analysis of our processes. Of course, it promotes efficiency, transparency, and accountability. So our programs or strategic programs are geared towards a guarantee of transparency, accountability, and measurable outcomes. I remember Din Dong once told me that everything that we do should be measured. There should be a measurable outcome to assure confidence among stakeholders. Our efficiency should be measurable. Of course, another aspect when you talk about systems analysis is one of my dreams, and that is to modernize the administrative system through digital transformation, AI-driven campus services, and open data platform. If you have a chance to visit some of our Asian universities, nakakalula sila pagdating sa gantong sistema. Hindi pa nakakalula at nakakainggit. Okay? So system process, and of course, data information management that should be readily available. Then we have the infrastructure and facilities. Of course, we have our land use plan. UPLB has a land use development and infrastructure plan. And of course, we try to maximize the unused land grants of the university. When we're talking about land grants, of course, the UP land grant in Laguna and in Quezon is not UPLB's, it is the UP systems. So we are only stewards of those land grants. Okay? But we have our own land grants around that we have to maximize and use. Okay? Of course, so strategic initiatives, try to maximize land grants. And of course, I heard that there is an AU and QA comments on our facilities and laboratories. Okay, I had just to have a copy of it. Okay, and we'll try to implement it during, if given the opportunity. Okay, of course, uplift UPLB's laboratories and virtual learning laboratories. Now, that's another dream that I failed when I was Dean of the College of Agriculture and Food Science. Hindi nag-push through yung aming virtual learning. Because we all know in agriculture, it's really quite expensive for you to slaughter animals every semester. So we were planning of virtual slaughtering. But unfortunately, that is very, very expensive. Okay? Then progressive learning. We talk about strategic initiatives, locally grounded internationalization. Okay? So the university shall pursue internationalization that is rooted in the local needs, promote equitable partnership, and generate meaningful impact to communities while strengthening global engagement. So, specific objectives associated with locally grounded internationalization is to strengthen local to global knowledge exchange by showcasing community innovation, indigenous knowledge, and best practices in international platform. Expand international mobility, joint research, dual degree programs, visiting, scholar exchange, and collaborative publication. Ay, nawala. For human capital development, the university should develop future-ready graduates by aligning academic programs with national development priorities, emerging industries, and workforce demand. Regularly reviewing and enhancing the curricula based on labor market intelligence, industry trends, and the most important thing that we are doing right now are stakeholders consultation. Integrate digital learning, artificial intelligence, sustainability, entrepreneurship, leadership, and interdisciplinary learning across academic programs. And strengthen experiential learning through internship, practicum, industry immersion, and community engagement learning. For accessible lifelong learning, the university and the colleges shall expand learning opportunities beyond the traditional degree programs by promoting flexible, inclusive, and lifelong learning. Develop executive education, professional certification, and micro-credentials and continuing education programs responsive to the emerging professional needs. Offer flexible learning modalities through online, hybrid, and modular delivery. I remember one of our faculty during last week, na lagi-lagi walang pasok, sabi niya, dapat meron tayong automatic na pag August, mabagyo, online tayong lahat. So, preparing for that. Okay? So, of course, we like to expand on short courses, especially on leadership, digital transformation, agribusiness, sustainability, innovation, and emerging landscape technologies. So, leading and lasting research impact. So, strategic initiatives harmonize the research, development, and innovation. The university shall align its research agenda with sustainable development goals, national priorities, and societal needs to maximize scientific, economic, environmental, and community impact. Alam ko, ginagawa na ni Sir Nel to, ni Vice Nel. Okay? So, align research priorities with national and global development agenda, promote interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research. Of course, that will address complex societal changes, and of course, strengthen industry collaboration to accelerate technology development. We like to strengthen the college research and development framework. Okay? Of course, it will continuously enhance the college's research ecosystem to increase productivity, innovation, and research excellence. Okay? Operationalization of the Agora program through integrated governance. So, of course, we all know the program, the accelerating growth through one research, one extension, in action. Okay? Platform is in terms of integration of research, instruction, extension, and innovations. So we will try to operationalize that, breaking silos and making it more efficient. Okay? Then for the last set, we have catalysts for policy innovation. Provide evidence-based research to guide the different government agencies like DA, DNR, DOST, and CHED in shaping agriculture and environmental policies. Then we have bridging academe and community. Of course, we would like to strengthen the Pahinungod program. I saw Director Limbay a while ago. So, of course, over there, Dr. Limbay. So, we like to strengthen the Pahinungod program. Expand partnership in academe research extension. I've been using this ever since I was dean. We call it PARE. It's partnership in academic research and extension. Of course, another plan regarding bridging academe is to institutionalize, maybe multi-stakeholder groups, councils, coalitions for food security, climate resilience, and innovation adoption. Another strategic initiative are private sector collaboration, expand industry partnership for technology transfer, agribusiness incubation, and workforce development. And of course, alignment with national priorities, position UPLB as a key partner in achieving Philippine Development Plan. Okay? So those are strategic initiatives in terms of bridging academe and community. And to operationalize all of this, what will I do? Of course, kailangan alamin ko what is present right now. So you talk about the present state of UPLB, mandate, vision, and mission, existing manpower, and satisfaction, organizational structure, financial and resource priority and utilization, income-generating activities, infrastructure and facilities, the operational flow, madami po kasi nagre-reklamo dyan, safety and security, then issues and concerns and comments coming from the AUNQA institutional assessment program, and of course, the strategic plan and programs of these different colleges. So alamin po natin lahat yan. Alam kong mahirap siya alamin, pero we have to fuse them together to create a program to harmonize extension, academic, administrative, and research programs towards a relevant UPLB. Okay? So, funding mechanism po, kailangan may pera para mapatakbo. So, government grants, aside from GAA, we're looking at international donor alignment, and we're looking at endowment fund. Yan ang frustration namin ni Dr. Supangco, the endowment fund ever since. And of course, industry co-investment. No? So if you can think of other ways to get money aside from the GAA, let us know, or let me know, or let the next Chancellor know kung ano ang matutulong natin, because we need really financial help in order to achieve our goals and expectations. And to close my presentation, I believe that UPLB stands as a decisive and inspiring moment in its history. For decades, our university was highly regarded across Asia as a beacon of excellence, innovation, and public service. That reputation is not lost. It is part of our DNA. What we need is to bring that stature to life again with renewed energy and purpose. My vision builds on the proud legacy while boldly embracing the future. I will ensure measurable outcomes that strengthen accountability, advance student-centered priorities to prepare the next generation leaders, empower our faculty and reps as the backbone of research and extension, and deepen community engagement that reaffirms our mission of service. I will embed sustainable funding mechanism and forge catalytic partnerships with government, industry, and international donors to guarantee resilience, growth, and continuity. This is not simply about keeping pace. It is about restoring UPLB's rightful place as the Philippine flagship for agriculture and forestry university, and once again, one of Asia's most respected institution. With this vision, UPLB will continue to be indispensable to national development while shaping the future of food security, sustainability, and social equality. May all our dreams and aspirations come true. Hiraya Manawari, and good morning to everyone. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Professor Dr. Agbisid. Ngayon naman po ay magkakaroon lang tayo ng 5 minutes break para mabigyan po natin ng breather ang ating mga remaining nominees. Reminder din po sa mga nasa live audience, pwede po kayong magbigay ng inyong mga katanungan. Kinokollect po namin lahat yon, and kami na na rin po ang magbabasa para sa maibigay sa ating 4 na nominees. Maraming salamat po. program. So can you please all settle down? Okay, so let us now call on stage our third nominee, Professor Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Members of the Search Committee, fellow members of the faculty, our research, extension, and professional staff, our administrative staff members, our students, our alumni, and friends of the university. Thank you for being here. Today, I present my vision, mission, and strategic plans for the third term, where the university stands, where I believe it must go, and the concrete programs through which we intend to get there. We have given this program a name, UPLB, Strength in Action, building on our progress, expanding our impact. Those two phrases are also the outline of the presentation. First, the progress this community has built, and then the programs through which we expand our impact for the nation. Allow me to begin with where we stand. Over the past 2 terms, UPLB has demonstrated the resilience, dedication, and the collective spirit of its people in the face of the extraordinary challenges and the emerging opportunities, from navigating the uncertainties of the pandemic to embracing the future of innovation and growth. And guided by the vision of a future-proof UPLB, we built on our shared strength in 4 directions. We enhance academic excellence. We advance research and innovation. We modernize governance through digital transformation. And we deepened our engagement with communities and our partners. And none of this was the work of one office. It was the UPLB community, our faculty, staff members, our students, alumni, and partners working together true to our public mandate while adapting to a rapidly changing world. Allow me to translate that record. For 6 years, future-proofing was our word for all of it. And concretely, it meant 7 transformations. I presented this in the accomplishment report. A pandemic response that became institutional resilience, fragmented processes that became integrated digital systems. That was one of the first memo I've signed to convene a digital transformation project committee. And then there were isolated projects that became mission-driven research and extension, the Agora. And we have launched the Agora 2.0. Research outputs that became innovation and enterprise-driven. Ad hoc construction that became planned campus development transactional services that became constituent-centered systems, and compliance that became a quality of culture, and continuous improvement. 7, transformation. Future-proofing was not a slogan. It was a construction program that laid the foundation for a future-proof, future-ready UPLB. And these collective efforts culminated in a very historic milestone. This year, 2026, UPLB became the first public university in the Philippines. It is an affirmation, a strong affirmation, that we have gone a long way in future-proofing this university. It is the first public university and the first in the UP system to successfully undergo and receive the ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance. No less than the ASEAN. We are celebrating, we are leading the ASEAN Ministers meeting, and it is very timely that we got the institutional assessment certification. What does that mean? Take note that this assessment was not the usual QA. It's not the usual QA degree of program assessment. I must admit, during the time of former Chancellor Rex Victor Cruz, he initiated program assessment with 2 or 1 program that was assessed. I was then the dean of the graduate school, and I fully embrace quality assurance for continuous improvement. And one notch higher, to future-proof the university. The AUNQA Institutional Assessment Certificate is an assessment of the whole UPLB, how we are governed, how we plan and manage our resources, how we assure the quality of our teaching, our research, our extension work, and how we serve our students and our stakeholders as the entire university. Assessors from outside the country examined, hindi tayo ang nagsabi, that we are institutionally ready, that we are future-proof. It's other universities outside us. National University of Singapore, the best of the best. University of Indonesia. Who are these external assessors? Sila po ang nagsabi, hindi po tayo ang nagsabi. And the standards are against all these commonly held quality standards across the ASEAN region. And we are the first public university in the Philippines to have done so and successfully received the quality assurance certification for it. Let me also be precise about whose achievement this is. This is not me. This is a recognition that belongs to the whole UPLB, kasama po ang mga estudyante, administrative staff members, the researchers, our alumni, our stakeholders. It reflects our shared commitment to excellence, accountability, and meaningful public service. But I must emphasize, it is also not an endpoint. The findings of the AUNQA institutional assessment gives us a clearer basis for the improvements that must continue. Hindi po natin babaliwalain ang sinabi ng institutional assessment. Yes, sabi sa AUNQA institutional assessment, the best ang UPLB sa research, sa extension, sa governance. But we must not rest on our laurels. Gagamitin natin ito to guide us in further future-proofing the university. My vision and mission and strategic plans, therefore, look beyond sustaining what has been accomplished. It calls us to harness emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence with responsibility. I hope the deans are already in discussion with your faculty members whether to adopt the AI policy that we have approved at the University Extension Executive Committee meetings. This is now up for approval at the University Council. To strengthen collaboration across disciplines and sectors, to expand our service to society, and to continue nurturing a university where every member of the community can thrive. That is the charge. Here is the vision that answers it. A future-proof, future-ready, and inclusive university that harnesses the collective strength of its people, knowledge, partnerships, and resources to lead transformative innovation, public service, the social justice, environmental stewardship, and sustainable national development. Future-proof means we're able to anticipate and to adopt to change. Future-ready means prepared to use new knowledge and technology responsibly. Inclusive means that every member of the community must have a meaningful opportunity to contribute and to thrive. And strength in action is our way of stating that shared purpose plainly. And the mission, to pioneer transformative methods, the frameworks, the digital ecosystems that preemptively mitigate future global shocks while nurturing values-driven leaders, cutting-edge researchers, and societal innovators dedicated to public service and sustainable development. It asked us here in UPLB to prepare before disruptions occur, not only to react after they have arrived. At the same time, it keeps the work centered on us, on our students, our people, our faculty, members of the administrative staff. These we must commit. We form for public service and sustainable development. But how do we pursue this vision and mission? The strategic plans begin from one sentence, and I will read this exactly as written. Building on the institutional foundations established over the past 2 terms, the 3rd term will focus on integration, connecting people, disciplines, sectors, systems, and communities to maximize UPLB's collective strength for national development. Integration is the thread it weaves. It runs through everything that follows. What we have done in the 1st term, it was pandemic, very difficult regime. But we started the transformation, future-proofing the university, towards the 2nd term, and now the 3rd term. The plan is organized into 5 strategic pillars, and we refer to them collectively by using the first letter of each pillar's short name. Linkages: deepening innovation, enterprise, and multi-sectoral partnerships. Next, excellence, E, holistic knowledge management and the expanded Agora framework. A, agility, hyper-converged digital transformation, or to now what we call the UPLB 4.0. Dynamism, institutional resilience, and sustainable infrastructure. And sustainability, that refers to the S, It is the whole of university governance and service integration. LEADS, Leads. And together, the 5 pillars spell what an integrated university does. UPLB leads. The letter will follow us through the presentation. One lights up with each pillar, and let me take each in turn. Pillar 1, linkages. The strategic objective positioned UPLB as the country's preferred knowledge and innovation partner through strengthened multi-sectoral collaboration and responsible technology transfer. First, we institutionalize the new Office of the Vice Chancellor for Innovation and Enterprise Management. We separated translational research to now within the purview of the OVCIM. Completing the physical and structural setup of the OVCIM and fully integrating the transferred units. And what are the transferred units? The Technology Transfer and Business Development Office, the Business Affairs Office, the Resource Generation and Development Office, and the Land Grant Development Office, with clear and operational manual defining what they share in terms of data and resources. Second, we optimize technology transfer pipeline or the technology commercialization pipeline. Technology Transfer and Business Development Office scales up the processing of UPLB's patent applications, capitalizing on our position as the top patent filer. And we establish a fast-track lab-to-market incubation program within the university town, providing faculty innovators with the legal, financial, and marketing assistance to spin off their research into viable commercial enterprise. And I'm excited that this will happen when the Board of Regents in next 2 weeks will approve our Agro-Industrial Park Information Technology Park. I hope BOR approves this proposal. The third, we aligned all physical development with the LUDIP. The LUDIP that we presented and was approved by the Board of Regents in 2022. LUDIP, or the Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan, mapping dedicated zones for technology parks, a specialized research lab, and revenue-generating public-private partnership areas. So that is linkages, the first letter L. Pillar 2 is excellence. The strategic objective is transition from isolated academic and research projects to a highly integrated, multi-year collaborative model that addresses complex societal issues. First, we launched the Agora in 2022. We embed the 2024 expansion of the Agora, now called Agora 2.0, incorporating social justice and cultural flourishing across all college curriculums and research tracks, with a wide university task force weaving these focus areas into the general education curriculum. Remember, in the Agora, or what Dean Page mentioned, the accelerating growth through one research and extension in action. It has 5 pillars, if you recall. The 5th one that we have launched is about social justice and cultural flourishing. Next, we upgrade the university knowledge digital repository. Meron na po. When we launched the digital transformation project in 2021, Now it has developed and being used. Next is the Tuklas app with predictive data analytics, automatically categorizing incoming publications by their corresponding SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and tracking UPLB's global research footprint in real time. The third, we balance teaching workloads with research demands through systematic workload rationalization and a balanced institutional scorecard that prevents faculty burnout, including adjusted teaching unit requirements for faculty, managing high-impact multi-year Agora research grants, giving them dedicated time to publish in top-tier Scopus Index journals. That is excellence, letter E. Pillar 3, agility, A. We call it that because an agile university responds before problems fully arrive. And that is precisely what this pillar builds. The strategic objective, to achieve full system digital transformation. The word is interoperability and data-driven decision-making through the recently established or renamed Digital Innovation Center. How do we pursue this? In the AMIS, our students now enjoying the development of the AMIS. AMIS, we will fully transition all the remaining colleges and units to AMIS, expand its capacities to optimize enrollment planning, and to use its data to launch an early warning system that identifies a student at risk of delayed graduation or completion, allowing academic advisors to step in with proactive counseling and curriculum mapping. The second is the Bulsa. Bulsa is the budget, utilization, and liquidation system analytics. It's currently being used. We institutionalized the Bulsa uni-wide with mandatory training workshops for all administrative and financial officers, using its analytics dashboards to monitor the utilization of the General Appropriations Act budget and to ensure timely liquidation and to prevent, napakadami po nito, audit flags. Third, security and infrastructure. The DIC, or the Digital Innovation Center, deploys robust firewall protocols, single sign-on authentication for all university-wide applications, and high-speed campus-wide connectivity to support hybrid learning environments safely. That is agility, the third letter, A. Fourth, dynamism, the fourth pillar. From the Greek word, dynamis, power, an apt name for the pillar in which the university generates its own. What is the strategic objective? Strengthen physical assets, environmental controls, and human capital systems to proactively adapt to climate risk and ensure uninterrupted operational continuity. First, we implement the Phase 2 development of the Laguna Quezon Land Grant site development. Tama po si Dean Pids. Pinagkatiwala ito ng UP system. May isa pa tayong land grant sa Bacolod, the La Granja Research and Training Station sa Bacolod, sa La Carlota City. Alam nyo ba, and this is under the control of the College of Agriculture and Food Science, CAFS, Tama po si Dean Pitts. Pinagkatiwala lang sa atin ng UP system yung Laguna-Quezon land grant. Pero yung sa CAPS, they manage the La Granja land grant. Hopefully, if given the third term, we hope that CAPS will collaborate with us to make this land grant productive. And so we go back to Laguna Quezon land grant. Site development, establishing it firmly as a resilient ecotourism and training hub. Nakapunta na ba kayo sa Laguna Quezon land grant sa Siniloan? Marami na sa inyo nag-hold ng kanilang workshops, ng kanilang meetings. Sino ang nakikinabang? Ang university. Imbis na tayo ay pumunta sa ibang hotel, sa ibang venues magbabayad, it's just a transfer of funds. Bumabalik lang yung income among us. I hope the students will be given that opportunity to enjoy the land grant. And so, we will also establish multi-purpose training pavilions equipped with off-grid rainwater harvesting. So it's a showcase. It's a showcase of resilience and a smart campus. With off-grid rainwater harvesting, low-impact ecotourism trails on permeable surface to prevent soil erosion, sustainable tour operations, and professional certification programs in forest guardianship and ecotourism management. Isa ito sa maging approach natin sa existence ng informal settlers. We have to co-partner with them. We do not evict them. Di natin sila evict. But they should be a productive member of our land grant. Second, we harness renewable energy to achieve net zero operational emissions. A campus-wide energy consumption audit to identify high-load buildings, rooftop solar voltaic arrays in all major academic buildings, a microgrid energy storage system to ensure continuous power during grid outages. Nakailang brownout po tayo itong mga nakarang linggo. And so we need all of this. And the transition of campus utility vehicles to an all-electric or hybrid shuttle fleet. Libre ang mangarap. We have started this. We have implemented the e-jeep. Ginagamit ngayon, inadapt pati ng ating LGU. Yung e-bikes for a green mobility campus. Third, we integrate real-time energy monitoring dashboard in public spaces. Nakita namin to abroad, no? To drive awareness among UPLB constituents. Nung punta kami sa Canada, nakalagay doon yung dashboard, yung energy consumption. Aling unit, aling center, yung mataas o mababa yung energy consumption. And so everybody's aware. That is dynamism. The fourth letter, D. Pillar 5, S, sustainability. Here, the institutional kind, the environmental commitments lived in Pillar 5. This pillar is about what makes everything else last, governance that outlives any single administration. The strategic objective is strengthen the whole of university governance by integrating people, systems, and resources to promote collaborative leadership, operational excellence, and seamless service delivery in support of UPLB's academic research, extension, and public service mandate. Sabi po ng AUN-QA, Institutional Assessment Yes, ang dami nyo ng dashboard. You have a major dashboard. Makikita, matatrack yung performance, yung metrics ng bawat unit ng mga opisina. But what you should be doing is now promote interoperability, a seamless operation of our digital transformation. Naka-embed na po ang digital transformation. And in the third term, hopefully, this will be done. So, we conduct institution-wide process reviews, simplifying workflows, reducing transaction times, and eliminating duplication of functions across academic and administrative units. We establish interoperable service platforms and one-stop service center that consolidate key student, admin, staff, and stakeholder services, supported by cross-functional governance mechanism that promote shared planning, resource optimization, and collective accountability among all of us, colleges, unit, administrative offices. And then, we expand integrated management dashboard, consolidating all the operational, academic, financial, research, extension, and student service indicators for timely and evidence-based decision making. May bulsa na tayo, may puso, may agora to class, may AMIS na pinahiram natin at inadapt ng ibang campuses. UP Tacloban is happy about it. UP Baguio. And you know, this information system is homegrown. Our students were involved in the development. Alam natin, yung mga student leaders natin dito, when we formed the Digital Transformation Project, what we envision is that we harness our own talents and capacities. Kasamang estudyante, may representative, ang iba pang mga constituent sectors ng ating pamantasan. That is sustainability. It is about consolidating operational systems, and we implement a university-wide continuous improvement framework anchored on stakeholder feedback, quality assurance, and the periodic review of institutional policies and service standards para ma-sustain yung mga gains natin. Isa to sa major comments doon sa AUN QA, Institutional Assessment. May feedback nga, hindi ginagamit. Dapat ma-close yung loop for sustainability. The fifth pillar, 5 strength, or the fifth strength is, you read together, they spell a word, linkages, so that we know what we know reaches the people who need it. Excellence, so that what reaches them is worth having. Agility, so that it arrives while it matters. It still matters. Dynamism, so that this university keeps running through whoever comes. S is sustainability, so that all of it outlasts the people who began it. Leads. UPLB leads. Because this is what we do. We lead. But I must propose, it's not just about leading. We should be co-creating and co-leading with our co-higher education institutions, universities. It's not enough that we lead. Marami tayong partnerships, 133 state universities and colleges, and they appreciate it. Not because we led them in our higher education leadership mentoring fellowship program, But what we say is we co-create, we co-lead, we lead together. It is an inclusive way para mas maramdaman nila that UPLB is not just a national university, but it is a university that is or promoting inclusion or inclusiveness. Members of the search committee at mga kasama sa UPLB, the plans I have presented are concrete and they are ready. First term, pandemic, we laid the foundation, the ground. Second term, full blast tayo. The third term, integration, completion. But let me end with a sentence from my written statement that matters most to me. Together, we move forward with the conviction that UPLB's greatest strength has always been and will always be its people, mga estudyante, mga researchers, faculty members, administrative staff, mga police, mga utility workers. We work together in pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and service for the nation. I ask you all for continued trust and partnership in the term ahead, building on our progress, expanding our impact, UPLB strength in action. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang UPLB.
Maraming salamat po, Professor Dr. Camacho. At ngayon, nasa huling nominees na po tayo. Let us welcome on stage Professor Dr. Rex Demafelis.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if it's advantageous to be the last, but definitely I think I gained momentum in terms of my thinking process. Of course, thank you very much for coming to our colleagues in the faculty, reps, admin, student, and the full representation of our UPLB Alumni Association. I've been serving for the last 42 years in UPLB, fresh from the college at the age of 22. I was recruited by no less than former Vice Chancellor Lusada, and now at the age of 64, still wanted to serve the university. So practically, I spend my 65% of my life in this university and still wanting to serve for another 3 years. And thank you to the search committee for considering my application and consider me as an official nominee. Well, this presentation is quite short. The theme of which is one UP, one vision, one community, and one future. Let me share to you and read to you the vision that I have crafted. I envisioned one UP as a globally competitive, future-ready, people-centered university that empowers every sector to achieve excellence in instruction, research, innovation, and public service, transforming knowledge into sustainable solutions for Filipino people and the global community. It's inclusive, and no sector or no unit will be left behind. Now, to support this vision, let me state the mission that I wanted to share with you, if given the opportunity to serve as your Chancellor. My mission as Chancellor is to foster a university where leadership is shared, people are empowered, and excellence becomes a collective responsibility. Through strategic leadership and bottom-up participatory approach, I will empower every sector, every unit to shape a stronger, a more innovative, and globally competitive One UP. I have 2 strategic priorities and 9 programs under these 2 priorities. Let me share the first 2 strategic priorities. One is building a vibrant community of scholars for global excellence. And number 2, advancing efficient, participatory, and compassionate governance. Let me share to you the 5 programs under the first strategic priority, building a vibrant community of scholars for global excellence. One is develop a 15-year UPLB strategic roadmap. Second, strengthen UPLB as a nation's science-based policy think tank and pool of champions. Third, develop globally competitive centers of excellence. And fourth, accelerate institutional transformation. And fifth, strengthen the financial sustainability. Let me dwell on the individual programs under this strategic priority. Develop a 15-year UPLB strategic roadmap. Through an inclusive and participatory planning process, every college, every institute, every unit, and every office will formulate long-term strategic plans aligned with the shared institutional vision. This roadmap will ensure continuity beyond leadership transitions while giving every unit the greatest ownership of the UPLB's future. Let me share to you a little bit what I did in the College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology. With the help of the faculty and reps and admin, we developed our 15-year roadmap. We called it Ascend 2040. It is where the units, the department, came up with their long-term, short-term, and medium-term plans. They have the greatest ownership of these programs in terms of academic, research, public service, infrastructure, equipment, student, and we came up with the blueprint for the next 15 years. It doesn't stop there. The story goes and goes. Even as early as the first quarter, second quarter of this year, we were able to increase our scientific publication by 43%. We were able to increase our research grant in terms of peso by 40%. Our graduation rate increased by 20%. We were able to recruit adjunct professors, 18 of them. And we have global classroom, about 27, taught by global experts. Both the adjunct professors and the global classroom that we have initiated are all free. With the limited resources of the university, we find ways to expose our students what's in the global community and helping the college, even the faculty, to be exposed on this latest technology, processes, and knowledges. I am more confident now that I could replicate and scale this up in UPLB. We have the experience, we have the blueprint, and we have positive results. Practically all numbers are increasing and positive. And every deviation to the plan, we could easily correct, redirect back to the plan of as manifested in the roadmap. I'm too confident because we have the experience and much more that we have people who man this roadmap of the College of Engineering that could help us develop our own. But the good thing here, or the best thing here, is that there is ownership of the basic unit, the department level of the roadmap contents. And the very purpose of which is that we can have a long-term plan. And the major backbone of which is almost scheduled. Probably in the next 3 or 6 years, there could be some iterations, recalculations, or recalibrations. But basically, you have the backbone, the major programs are there. That we don't change, sabi ni Dean Pids, we don't change probably the other peripheral, but the major ones are there. This could help us a lot because this could be the basis, the baseline of whatever improvement, iterations that we doing the next 3, 6, 9, or 12 years. But we have the roadmap where we can see the deviation and the adjustments that we should do in the future. This is my banner program. And as you will see, almost the rest of the programs here converge, complement, and augment this banner program of coming up with a 15-year roadmap for the UPLB. The next program is strengthening UPLB as a nation of science-based policy think tank and pool of champions. We know that policy direct many things. As a faculty and has been involved in research, leading emerging programs of the university, I have seen policy, how policy affect the direction even of the department's research program, much more of the college and the university. And I feel that we should have think tanks here, policy think tanks, hopefully led by the College of Public Affairs and College of Economics and Management. Lately, I was commissioned to lead the sugar industry roadmap upgrading to 2040. And I tap people from the different colleges. And this is not the first. This is not even the second, the third, the fifth. In my 42 years, or probably 30 years as a researcher, not only as a faculty, tapping the other experts from the other colleges in an interdisciplinary approach of any programs, engagement, or even consulting work. And I do believe if we put in place a policy think tank, we could always be ahead. We could always dictate. We could always chart the direction in any industry or policy in the country. Let me share to you how I progressed my career here in UPLB. In 2006, Chancellor Ray Velasco came up with niches and themes. If you are here, you'll remember that we have 10 niches and themes. And I think only 2 survived, the biofuels and NREM, 3, the climate change. It was a bright strategic move of Chancellor Velasco because there was impending enactment of biofuels law in the Congress and Senate. And 2007, the law was approved. Department of Agriculture was not prepared. They asked UPLB to assist them. We were sent almost on a daily basis to the Department of Agriculture to develop the National Feedstock Development Program. But before that, we came up with our 15-year roadmap here in UPLB, which we provided to the Department of Agriculture. Basically, 80% of the roadmap of the Department of Agriculture came from UPLB. That made our life easy when we proposed programs because it is there, practically from UPLB. And we got the lion's share of the research funds because we were there. The Chancellor anticipated things We reacted before others could react. Here comes the new area, sustainable aviation fuel. Global movement, requirement to reduce greenhouse gases in the decarbonization of the aviation industry. And we were tapped by the Department of Energy and Department of Science Technology to lead two crucial projects, pioneering projects in the Philippines, a new area, sustainable aviation fuel. I would like to duplicate what we're doing in terms of policy direction. On the field of researches, arts, and culture, I do believe that we need champions to move our agenda forward. Somebody whose heart is on that particular field. Somebody who could act as a father and build an area of research or area of arts and culture. We will try to consolidate our expertise. And on my part as a chancellor, given the chance, I will provide all the necessary support. Administrative support is one, which is also one of the problems. But basically, I could see how UPLB would rise and lead the nation and be influential even in the region of Asia. Let's tap the best of our faculties, expertise, and reps. We have the best in the Philippines. It's only the need to integrate them, come up with a long-term program that would show stability and direction. This is what I think we should do. The third program is to develop globally competitive centers of excellence. Well, there are new areas wherein we could put our people and funds. There is a new area on space technology, which I believe the College of Engineering could lead. We have two professors. One came from the US, both from the US. One is working on space food program. Wala pa yun dito sa Pilipinas. We could lead the Philippines. These are emerging, just like biofuels, when we had the 80% or lion's share of the research fund of the Philippines, guiding the industry, reducing their expenditure when they're exploring what feedstock, what process to be adopted. We have another one professor working on mini satellite development. These are emerging areas. I would like also to look at renewable energy storage system. I've been involved to renewable energy for the last 20 years. On the biofuels, bioethanol and biodiesel, now on sustainable aviation fuel. On solar and wind, we need to develop the storage system wherein the excess power during the day for solar could be stored. The excess power from the wind could be stored and could be used at night. There are many avenues where we could put our scientists, combine them, and develop the energy system in the Philippines. Well, there are advances already which we could start. We're not starting from zero. So other than that, when I was the Vice Chancellor, we worked on the natural products. We came up with a program. Unfortunately, it ends also when my term ended after 6 years. We worked on genomics. We started during the term of Chancellor Sanchez. One Health, zoonotic diseases. We started these 3 programs, and I wanted to push for this because I do believe it has a great potential. It has meaningful impact. It could provide leadership and impact to the Philippines. And UP as a national university leading on these areas would be a good tribute, having a large portion of the national budget given to UP, although may budget cut na naman tayo. Next is accelerate institutional transformation. I would commend, of course, Chancellor and the team on the progress here. But in my consultation with different sectors, isa ang common sinasabi sa akin, yung ating admin staff and some of the reps hindi maka-cope up of the advances. I think we have to rethink. We have to evaluate and assess them. And if I'm given the chance, I will augment the funds for the administrative fund for development as well as reps development fund to increase the training for the digitalization of the university. Retool them so that they could cope up with the advances on research and curricular development led by our faculty and reps. The next is strengthen our financial sustainability. In my more than 2 years as Dean, ito ho yung aking palaging problema. I could gain momentum on the third and fourth quarter of our programs. Pagdating sa first quarter, wala nang pera. Meron dumadating, pero maliit. It could not sustain the momentum that you gained, even on the second quarter. That's my experience. And I don't want the next deans would experience that. We will be coming up with augmented financial support mechanism that during these low months or first and second quarter, we will be provided augmentation to sustain the third and fourth quarter momentum and and sustain also the output as programmed by every college and every institute. Let me present to you the second strategic priority, advancing efficient, participatory, and compassionate governance. And these are the 4 key programs: empowered bottom-up governance, strengthen participatory governance, promote people-centered policies, complete and modernize campus infrastructure. Now, the empowered bottom-up governance is augmentation and support to the roadmap program. We design, if given a chance, a system wherein every sector will be represented in the administration. The faculty, the reps, the admin, the student, and of course the alumni has an office. It is through this program that a feedback mechanism would be developed as fast, as quick, so that programs that are basically problematic in terms of approval would be facilitated. This is where we will put our bottom-up governance in the development of the roadmap. And the second is the extension of the operational and delegated authorities to the vice chancellors, deans, and directors. I know this will be uphill. Our lawyers are studying the delegated authority, current delegated authority within UPLB. It's an uphill, but I do believe that with this, we can move quick, act quick, and be decisive. I have a very, not so good experience. Since the enactment of biofuels law, the government, Department of Agriculture, Department of Energy, and other private were sending me in different countries to do technology surveillance, to link agreements with university with advanced biofuels program. I came up with the Charles Darwin University. And I've been talking to the Vice Chancellor. And we have an agreement to forge a link, and UP would help them When I was back in the Philippines, I tried to process the Memorandum of Understanding, which I know ito yung problema natin palagi. We know the root cause. When I came back, I was told by the Vice Chancellor, sorry, De La Salle came and the Dean signed the MOU. We were not allowed to do that. So we lost the opportunity. Of course, there is always that accountability, which I'm ready, even with the delegated authority given to the Vice Chancellor and the Deans, I still assume the final accountability. And I do believe our administrators are responsible people to do the right thing. And I think this is one of the ways that we could progress faster. So, empowering bottom-up would provide us, again, the greatest ownership of the unit, inputting their programs in the roadmap from the bottom. The next program would be different. After coming up with a roadmap, I think we came up with a roadmap in a matter of 4 to 6 months. And we tried to implement. There were recalibration, but in 6 months we're able to came up with the roadmap of the College of Engineering. Now, having the roadmap, the second program, empowering, next program please. Strengthening participatory governance. It is here where you have now the operation of the roadmap, implementation. But again, there should be a clear and fast way of doing consultation back to the base, back to the basic unit. We will make sure that every office of the Vice Chancellor, there is an Assistant Vice Chancellor, that its main terms of reference, other than other assistants to the Vice Chancellor, would be for the sector. Like Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs will put the faculty who would look at as a major terms of reference to look at the faculty welfare. OVICRE for reps. Administration for the admin staff. The student affairs will have their own full Vice Chancellor to make sure that the students' needs are addressed and they would be represented in the extended EXACOM that I am planning. Of course, we have our alumni taken care of also. This is a way of every new policy, every new program that the MANCOM is planning or thinking, the basic people in every office of the Vice Chancellor would bring down the idea to the sector, for the sector to discuss and fire back comments, suggestions to refine the new policy and new program. We will maintain the bottom-up in the formulation of the roadmap, even on the operational of the roadmap and of the university. And this is it. The next is promote people-centered policy. I try to time my presentation, and I think I have the luxury of time because this is short. And I'll try to dwell with the result of my consultations to the different sectors of the university. Let me dwell on specific action plans that I'll be doing for the administrative and reps. It's always a problem for reps and admin staff on their promotion. Lucky as faculty, we have the slacks. Kailangan pa magre-resign ang higher position, magre-retire or mamatay para sila iangat. We know that. But this is my plan. I'm confident. I tried to figure out, but everything again lies on the response of the DM. The strategy is not to have all or everybody to be promoted. We'll be asking money to promote the second layer. Move up so that there will be vacancy on that layer, and the next layer, lower layer, would move up. So you'll be only asking for the number of second layer for the admin positions and reps. That's the first approach. It's always because of money that we are hindered in terms of providing us additional items. Of course, we will try to attempt to request for additional items. Next is, I was given the impression that Sagad was top for those that are already at the top of their ranks, requesting also to have the insurance for UPLB staff. Of course, earlier I said the training tools or retooling, and we will try to maximize the wellness program of the university. We will review the rental policy and the current programs to make our support affordable to our admin and reps. For the reps and faculty, these are the common. They would be inclusion to the policy think tank. They would be also inclusion to the pool of champions. We will target specialization. We will provide assistance through the combined effort of HRDO, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs. We will try to look for programs for them. We will look also for scholarship outside the university. This is a targeted effort to help our reps and faculty find their university, find scholarships. And I'm not creating another office. I will tap these 3 different offices and put them into a complementary action or working group to assist our faculty and reps looking for universities, top universities for their chosen field, as well as scholarships. Wellness would be maximized, and we will provide collaborative spaces and admin support for these 2 think tanks, and of course, requests for additional items. We know the situation, but we will try to ask requests. I had one experience with Congress, and it proves that there is possibility. We got the money for the SAYAT through the Appropriations Committee of Congress. For the students, we will have again a very compassionate administration. I have 3 daughters, 40 years old, the eldest, 25, the youngest. All of them are working at Charles Darwin University. My eldest is the quality assurance manager of Charles Darwin University, and she was sharing to me their policy on compassionate governance. During the pandemic, my youngest was already in Charles Darwin University studying, and nagkaroon ho ng mental health problem yung aking bunso. I hope hindi siya nakikinig. But alam niyo yung practice nila doon, binalik yung tuition, and the whole semester was erased. So, hindi nagre-reflect sa kanyang transcript. However, there are 2 levels of verification. There should be coming from the student, from a private or government doctor na meron siyang mental health problem, and it should be validated by university physician. For 2 SEMs, my youngest daughter experienced that, and for 2 SEMs, na-erase yung kanyang record. Nabalik yung aming tuition. I do believe we can do that also here in the university. To be compassionate is to look at the needs of the students and respond positively. One of the suggestions and push to me is to increase the psychiatrists in the university. And I do believe this is a very valid reason. I'll try to increase the slots to reduce our prerog problems, augment the safe haven condition. I talked to Vice Chancellor Eric on this. I talked also to Vice Chancellor Janet on this. I think our accord is between UPLB and the National Defense. We don't have an accord with the PNP and UPLB. And that's what I'll be doing, given the chance. Of course, I'm planning to have these problems on manuals, which we have heard from our students. One strategy is to maximize our UPLB press to produce. And the other one is to have a staggered payment system for those who cannot afford one-time payment. It is already in our program planning. We will review the dormitory and housing problems and issue, especially yung sa labas. I have seen madaming comments doon sa ating Freedom Wall. We tried to draft what to do. I think there is a great and important role for our LGU. Capitalizing the tax incentives or tax deduction or tax offsetting to be provided to these dormitories if they reduce the rental to our students. And I'll need to talk to our local government, to the mayor. We have plans also for the governor. But these are the things that beyond our territory, but I think the LGU could help us a lot to reduce the rentals outside the university for our students. So let me have this next program, complete and modernize the campus infrastructure. I could understand the problem of unfinished infrastructure problem. But what I could promise, I'll work with Congress and Senate. I was there the other day. I will work to finish this and complete. Yung iba dito, during the term pa ni Chancellor Sanchez, when I was the Vice Chancellor, that we have new infrastructure that we should maximize the use and reduce the depreciation, physical depreciation. Colleagues, give me the chance to be your Chancellor. I still have a good 6 years, but I only take the 3 years to come up with this one roadmap for UPLB. Salamat sa pagkikinig. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Dean Rex. And ayan, narinig nyo na po ang mga plans and programs ng ating 4 na nominees. And nakakatuwa pong marinig na lahat po sila ay may inspiring message para sa kung papaano ma-i-improve ang ating universidad. So ngayon, bigyan po natin sila ng tsansa na sagutin ang ating mga katanungan. So, iniimbitahan lang po yung 4 na nominees to come up on stage. And the open forum will be moderated by our chair of the search committee, Professor Rex Cruz.
Like this, Mike. Okay. Maraming salamat sa ating mga nominado, no, for your comprehensive presentation. And I'm very sure that maraming natutunan ng ating mga participants dito sa event na to dito sa hall and sa ating Facebook. Pero marami pa rin ang may mga katanungan no, tungkol doon sa mga visions and plans that you have presented, no? And may mga tanong din dito na not necessarily covered doon sa presentation ninyo, no? But I think because of the importance and relevance of those questions, tatanong na rin namin sa inyo. Merong mga questions dito that were raised for individual, no? Pero hindi karamihan yon, no? But maraming tanong ay para sa inyong lahat. So this is what we're going to do. We'll ask you such question and then give each one of you, as you know already, 2 minutes to respond to each question. No? Hopefully we can finish within an hour or an hour and a half, no? Depending on how fast or how many other questions may come in. Kasi meron pa kaming ine-expect na questions coming from the presentation ni Dean Rex. No? Okay, so let's begin. No? Ito para sa inyong lahat. No? Ang tanong dito, if you become the next Chancellor, what is the top challenge that you will prioritize? No? What is the top challenge or top among the challenges that you recognize will you prioritize? We will start from Rex and then we'll shuffle it along the way. Isang challenge lang.
Well, if you look at the student concerns like prerog and slots limited, dormitory fees, facilities, ganun din ho sa ibang sektor. Ang bottom line ho, kapirahan. But I will not depend on GAA. I will explore other sources of income. Not only coming from the research grants, our collaboration, of course our alumni, including the wisdom of the alumni in providing us the right direction and programs. But definitely there should be external sources of funding. And that could be part for the operational, but there should also be part on the advancement in terms of academic and research excellence. Again, we have to have new ideas, great, excellent ideas para bibilhin ng funding agency, donors, international organization, to build up also our laboratories and equipment. So I do believe that the first thing that we have to handle is to plan where to get and how to get and who will be top. That's why the pool of champions and the policy think tanks is very important to generate new knowledge, new direction, emerging and create for UPLB another niche. That's all, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Din Dong.
Top.
Chancellor Dong.
Yes, sir. Top here means top 1, top 2, top 3, top challenges. Challenge is to integrate what we have started, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, how to integrate the gains and accomplishments that will now be scaled up in this third term. We have already set the structure, the framework. We already have resources. So how to scale this up into an integrated manner so that all these projects, initiatives, and programs will now be completed. For example, in the student dormitory, the student cooperative housing will now be implemented after the procurement. So we have about 60 additional student slots for our student housing. The other form of completion is the soon to be implemented or to be built staff housing. Dalawa po ang binigay sa atin na na-source natin from the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, yung DSUD. Tapos na po yung kontrata, i-implement na po siya. At sa mga naka-witness, doon po ito itatayo sa harap ng UP Rural High School. In other words, completion, integration. Well, the second topmost is, as you all know, ay procurement. So, with the procurement now in place, a dedicated office, dati-dati kasi, Bids and Awards Committee lang siya. But now, that procurement matters most in our structure systems, ay kailangan talagang tutukan itong procurement. Now that the Procurement Management Office is in place, matututukan na yung, mapapabilis na yung procurement ng mga student housing at iba pang mga infrastructure.
Thank you, Dingdong, Chancey Dong, and Dr. Bisit.
Hey, thank you, Sir Rex. For me, parang kanya Miss Universe question yan, sir. So, pag sinabi mo to, magagalit yung isa. Pag sinabi mo to, magagalit yung isa, magtatampo yung isa. So basically, what I will be doing is looking into, like what I said kanina, yung operationalization framework ko. We look at the different aspects and look at the different challenges, identify challenges na pwede mong sagutin at a very short time with minimal financial support and implement it as soon as possible. Then yung mga challenges that will demand longer time, malaking pera, I agree with Sir Rex, you cannot do anything without money. So yun ang medyo mahuhuli. So basically, it will depend on what type of, how can you answer the different challenges, short-term wise or long-term wise. Yun lang po, sir.
Thank you. Din Willie.
Hello. Good morning po ulit. For me, I think I agree totally with Dean Rex about regarding finances. Siguro yun yung isa sa pinaka-importante because you cannot really move, you cannot really do anything so much if without the funding that you need. Okay po na meron tayo natatanggap sa central government with regards to funds, but in some cases, hindi siya enough. So we really need to be creative. We really need to, use our external linkages para po makuha natin yung pera na kailangan natin. In my experience as the Dean of the College, I had several projects there that I did not use the money coming from the central government or the UP system. I was able to generate projects by partnering with different government agencies. I was able to construct mga infrastructure development through the assistance of the provincial government. So I think it's a challenge, but at the same time, it is an opportunity. Na you have to be creative so that you will get the funding to support the activities that you want to do. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Talagang pera ang problema natin, ano? But as you said, there are many ways really of supplementing, what the government is able to provide us. And thank you for your answer. Second question for all of you again, and this time we will start with Chancellor Dong. Regardless of your vision and mission statement, which you have all presented, ang tanong dito, paano daw mararamdaman ng mga industriya, pamayanan at gobyerno ang UPLB at mga serbisyo nito? Paborito ko tong tanong. No? Sabi dito, sa madaling salita, paano mararamdaman ng mga industriya, pamayanan at gobyerno ang UPLB at mga serbisyo nito? Please, ikaw, Chancey, ang ano.
Ako po mauna,
Ikaw
sir.
mauna ngayon.
Yeah. Paano po ito mararamdaman? Unang-una, sa Agora framework, it is industry-driven. So it's not sufficient that we just do research for research's sake. This should translate into the utilization of this research for industry needs. In terms of our curricular programs, academic programs, our students are required to undergo internships. And most of the programs are, in terms of internships, are geared towards industry needs. However, the caution should be this, in that we just don't produce students just for industry's sake, for them to be employable. Mararamdaman ang pangangailangan sa ating UPLB, ang komunidad nito, when the main problems, issues, and challenges are tackled in our research, in the thesis of the students, that will surely feed back to the solutions, not just of the industry, but for the whole sectors as well. Thank you.
Sandali lang, meron lang kaming ano, before we move on. Pwede na. Can we hear the next response? Can we go ahead? Yeah.
So,
Please
sir,
go.
paano mararamdaman ng industriya ang epekto ng UPLB? Okay, so sa akin po, first, how do we show the industry? First is through communication. Yan ang po ang trabaho ng development communication, is to impart technologies that the university has done and share it to the industry. And another pointer is when we do researches, kailangan po nating isang alang na meron talaga siyang extension component or even business component doon sa ginagawa nating research. So basically, ito po na-experience ko to pag tinatanong ako ng ibang mga government officials, at isang comment po coming from one secretary one time is that ang haba-haba daw ng ating research, ng ating results and discussion, wala naman daw recommendation. So basically, yun po yung experience niyan. So basically, with DevCom and with ComArts with us, we have to really develop ways and means so that the industry can know how to use the technologies, the ideas that we have created in UPLB. Yun lang po, Sir Rex. Si Sir Willie na.
Okay. Thank you po. So, we are mandated to conduct research. And our research should result to innovation. And this innovation, ang main objective sana nito, is for the improvement, the innovation should improve the lives, di ba, of our community, of our people. So through that, I think that is how we really can share our expertise, yung ating yung ating mga results ng ating experiments, ng ating mga studies, if it is converted into innovation, a technology that will be utilized by our community, our stakeholders, yun, doon natin siguro mararamdaman. It's, definitely, ano ba ang UPLB? Like for example, in the College of Forestry, I know this is in partnership with the College of Agriculture, yung ating agroforestry, wherein, di ba, so that ma-prevent natin yung soil erosion during planting in the upland. So what we do, di ba, lalagyan natin ng parang, we will plant trees along the edges and then magtatanim ka ng, agricultural crops in between. And through that, I know in the upland they have been using that technology ever since na so we can complement yung ating agricultural crops with a forestry crop. So that is how directly nakatulong yung ating technology development sa ikabubuti ng ating mga upland farmers. So yun po ay isang example lamang. Salamat po.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Yes.
Well, the expectation of the community and industry are excellent programs. It may be research, it may be academic program. That's the very reason that we will establish the policy think tank and the pool of experts to develop excellent research, strengthen our academic programs, basically to be shared to the community and to the industry. But we should move our research from the laboratory to the communities and to the industry. And we should improve our public service for the communities and the technology transfer mechanism to the industries. That's all, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, very important for the university, to be in touch with what's going on, to be relevant to the ongoing development thrust and priorities of the country, and also trying to deal with the existing and emerging challenges, both social, natural, and these are what will make us continue to be relevant, to society. So mahalaga yung tanong na yun, and I think people, really wants to know ano pa talaga yung impact natin as a university, to improving the quality of life of the people and the quality of environment that we have. Mamaya we will give an opportunity for a live question dito sa audience natin, particularly sa mga estudyante, because that's what I believe they're requesting for an opportunity to ask one live question. So we will give that opportunity to ask question relevant to the vision and plans, to the vision and plans, please. This is for everyone. Oh, this question actually is for Dr. Abasolo, Dr. Agbisit, and Dr. Demafelis. So ang tanong dito is, name one achievement or accomplishment that you have done when you were dean of your colleges, that you believe will be your foundation, to your successful leadership as the Chancellor of UPLB. No? So let's begin with Dr. Pete Sagbisit.
Accomplishment as Dean. So basically, I did not get this accomplishment when I was Dean, but it was an award given to the College of Agriculture and Food Science by President Gigil. Ano bang award yun, sir? The Gawad Pangulo Award for the College of Agriculture and Food Science. That simply means that was, ang time frame nyon is 2018 to 2024. So that was the time that I was Dean. So basically what that simply means is that when I was Dean, I was doing something for the college. So maybe my leadership showed that most of the different units really function as one. So, yun lang po, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean Pids. Dean Willie?
I think my best accomplishment eh. Ang naisip ko lang po yung the first ever AUN accreditation, quality assurance accreditation of the College of Forestry. Ako po yung nag-spearhead nung kauna-unahang quality assurance certification from the AUNQA. And I think I cannot say that it is my sole accomplishment, but the accomplishment of the whole college. Kasi we have worked together, under my leadership, we have worked together to really acquire that. I remember during my time, lagi po kasi kaming may Thanksgiving party at yung Christmas party namin, may Thanksgiving party kami. Pero because of budget constraints, what I did is I requested the whole college na instead of using that money, kasi siyempre nag-contribute po sila, the contribution, instead of using that for your party, pwede bang i-consolidate natin? Kasi we need to, ang dami pong kailangang ayusin during that day, that time. Kailangang ayusin po yung mga toilets, kailangan mag-tiling, kailangan magpintura ng buong kolehiyo. So that, kasi this is one aspect that the ANQA is looking at, yung facilities ba. So, nakakahiya man sa lahat ng buong kasama ko sa kolehiyo noon, but they agreed. So what we did, we pulled the money, we painted a lot of buildings, and through that, nakuha po namin yung first ever AUNQA for the College of Forestry in the field of, for the College of Forestry for BS Forestry. So yun po.
Okay, as a chancellor, you should be a strategic leader. Since I presented earlier, if given a chance to be the chancellor, I'll push as my banner program the roadmap, 15-year roadmap of UPLB, strategic roadmap. So I'll share to you what we have done as a strategic leader, a conductor of a symphony in the College of Engineering, as I have earlier. When we came up with a 15-year program, a roadmap, strategic roadmap, we have seen the progress, as I have shared earlier. The numbers, we have key performance monitoring system. The numbers went up. As I have said, the scientific output of the college increased by 43%. The research grants in terms of peso increased by 40%. Our rate of graduation increased by 20%. The adjunct professors that we were able to recruit, I think 18. And the global classroom lectured by global experts, about 27. I do believe I could duplicate that in UPLB in coming up with the roadmap and these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Si Dindong ata hindi sinama doon kasi nag-present ka na ng mga accomplishment mo no? So okay, sige. So before I call on the live question, let me ask this. This is a favorite topic also of many. Despite having 3 bids and awards committees, a back secretariat and a procurement management office, how how do you plan to resolve the persistent procurement bottlenecks? Although nasagot na to kanina in part ni Dean Dong, but let's ask the others, Dean Willie, and then
Let me emphasize it again, sir, if you wish.
no, I will. You will be the second to the last.
Ah,
We will.
okay.
We will.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we will
Thank
go
you, sir.
around you. Sige, Dean Willie, please.
Procurement.
Yeah, how do you address the bottlenecks daw ng procurement?
Mahirap pong tanong yan, ano? Kasi there are times that the procurement is beyond, kasi there are certain guidelines, policies para po sa procurement. But very important ang procurement kasi this is where yung nga, sabi nga yung bottleneck, how can we solve that problem? Maybe we have to go within the guidelines, hindi tayo pwedeng mag-go against the guidelines. So, siguro, what we can do is really, yung mga procurement requirements, bid requirements should all be intact and should be clear to the supplier na ito ang kailangan, ito ang dapat ibigay, ito ang dapat i-deliver nyo. So that hindi humaba yung proseso. Hindi humaba yung proseso. And the best, although it's impossible yata na hindi magkaroon ng failed bidding, every now and then nagkakaroon kasi ng failed bidding eh. So, kaya we have to go back to zero, parang ganon. Maybe we can propose a guidelines. Dapat kasi sana yung procurement for research is different from the other procurement, yung general procurement. That's yun yung nagpapabagal sa ating research output sa totoo lang. Kaya siguro we could propose or improve further the guidelines later on and submit it to the proper authorities para lalong mapabilis, especially if it is for research, mapabilis po yung process. So, thank you po.
Dean Rex.
Well, the first thing I would do is, of course, to study, review the process. I will also review the manpower complement of the office. With the new procurement law, I'm working on sustainability and life cycle assessment. It is incorporated in the new procurement law, which I'll make sure it's incorporated here in UPLB. I have great trust sa ating new procurement office. It's a development. And having a director that was awarded ng Gawad Pangulo Award and the office awarded by no less than UP President sa Gawad Pangulo Award, I do believe we are doing the right thing. But again, for due diligence, I'll be reviewing the process, manpower development or complement, as well as the inclusion of sustainability and life cycle clause for procurement processes.
Thank you. Chancey?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much of my colleagues who already mentioned the gains of the procurement. Nabanggitan ni Dean Rex. Salamat, Dean Rex, at na-appreciate mo yung pag-organize ng bagong opisina para i-address yung mga concerns and challenges sa procurement. Kasi alam nyo, lalo sa ating mga estudyante, pag na-perfect na natin yung procurement, yung infrastructure projects natin ay lalong mapapadali. Yung binanggit ni Dean Willie kanina, Dean Willie, meron din po tayong procurement for research. No? Tatlo ho yan. May procurement for goods, procurement for infra, at procurement for research. So, na-address na ho yan. So, sinabi ni Dean Rex, nagawaran ng UP System Award ang newly established Procurement Management Office. Nasabi ko nga kanina, dati-rati itong Bids and Awards Committee. Ngayon, kaya bakit natin siya na-reorganize into a office na merong isang director at may mga staff siya. By the way, dinagdagan na po natin yung staff complement nitong Procurement Management Office. At dun sa sinabi ni Dean Rex, nare-review natin yung proseso, 4 o 3 dun sa major process ay hindi na po gagawin ng unit procuring the goods or the services. It is already the Procurement Management Office. The other is continuous capacity building ng ating mga staff units who are procuring. Continuous po yan. Continuous po yan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancey. And Dean Pitts.
Yun yung tinanong kay Chancellor when I heard your question, sir. Di ba na-awardan tayo ng Best Procurement Office by the UP system? But RA 9184 is a law. Nakasulat po yan. So wala tayong magagawa dyan because it's a law. What we can do is be prepared doon sa mga bagay na gusto natin bilhin. The major problem that we have experienced in BAC, ako pala po ang unang chair ng BAC Research under Chancellor, former Chancellor Sanchez during that time. Ang dami namin problema kasi ang marching order namin ay pabilisin ang procurement ng research. Marching order yon. Kaya lahat yan shopping at SBP. Wala kaming bidding, kaya ang bilis. Kasi mamaya pinapagalitan kami, kailangan daw namin mag-bidding. So nalilito kami. But 9184 is a law. So you have to be prepared as procuring entities kung ano talaga ang gusto nyo. Nakalsulat, kung gusto mo ng Mac, hindi mo pwedeng isulat Mac. Kailangan isusulat mo ay computer na may Apple, na may kagat. Tulog silang lahat, sir. Tulog. No, but you have to be specific in what you want. Ganun po yung ibig sabihin ko nun. Okay? Disregarding the brand, all specs for what you really want should be there. And at first, some of our very good procuring people, madami na yung mga kaibigan. So they know the price. One basic problem that we saw was that yung budget mo ay mababa sa prevailing. So, talo ka kagad doon. So, dapat maghanap ka. So, yun po. Prepare.
Okay, thank you very much. May we now hear from our audience in the venue. If there's anyone who would like to ask a question.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
hello, Marian Coque-Rador from the Office of Public Affairs System. I just wanted to remind everyone that there are sector-specific consultations as well. We've received, the committee has received a huge stack of questions, so just in case your questions are not addressed today, for faculty and reps, ito po ay sa August 17, for admin and support personnel and students sa August 18, alumni, form and other sectors, all the other sectors, August 19. So meron pong dedicated event po for your sector just in case hindi maabutan today. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, for the live questions po, to be fair to those who already submitted but for one reason or another did not want to speak live, we will continue to ask later. So perhaps, Mr. Chair, 1 or 2 questions live and then we'll return to the stack of questions submitted earlier. For those asking questions, if you can limit to just one, so we can provide as many chances to the rest po.
To confirm lang din po, first of all, thank you so much po for this opportunity to have to allow us to ask our live questions. Pero from the end lang din po of the students, would it be possible to entertain more live questions considering this is an open forum and it is our chance to ask questions that is not only for the benefit of the students but for the whole UPLB community. So would it be possible to entertain more live questions, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we'll try to manage that within the limited time that we have. And as VP Marian said, we also have a stack of the written questions here. All right. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay po. For my question po ay, this is for all the nominees po. What are your thoughts po on Marcos National Expenditure Program, especially with the looming 2.9 billion budget cut for the UP system? Will you stand against budget cut po ba and advocate for the higher state funding of universities? Thank you po.
I think it's back to Dean Rex, no? Dean Willie, you started, right? Oh. Sorry, nawawala ako sa sequence. Sige, please go ahead, Dean Rex.
Oh, okay. I'll join the UP community to rally against budget cut. That's my commitment. I'll be there when you're there. Thank you.
We will issue a statement. A statement that is public, a public statement, like what we have done in the previous issues and challenges that we all face. The flood control, we issued a statement. Against red tagging, we issued a statement. This time, mag-register tayo that this is no longer right, that this budget cut will no longer be appreciated. Kailangan tumindig tayo. At samahan niyo ako para i-register natin yung opposition sa budget cut. We have the University Council Committee on National Issues now merged into academic freedom and the protection of human rights. Dati-dati, meron tayo at sinulong natin yung safe haven, in-integrate natin. Now we have a more formal mechanism in the University Council. This time, kasama nyo kami, kasama nyo ako, to again register our opposition. Kung pwede, yung University Council Committee will have a joint statement with the Faculty Union, with the University Student Council, with the Employees Workers Union. We must register well our opposition on the budget cut. Kahit mamayang hapon, magpapalabas tayo ng statement against the budget cut. Hindi na natin dapat ito palampasin. Sapagkat napakalaki ang epekto nito sa operations ng university. At alam nyo yan, in terms of classrooms, facilities, laboratories. In terms of promoting inclusive education for all. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Chancellor. Dean Peets.
And to our students, I agree with both Sir Rex and Chancellor for the support sa pagtatanggal nila ng ating budget. No, definitely, we all know that finances in the university, in order for us to really improve what we have to improve, we need budget. So, pag binawasan yan, I agree with the Chancellor na talagang malaking dagok yan sa atin. Thank you.
So I think all of us are in consensus with that na we support talaga yung opposition against budget cut. But at the same time, siguro we have to have a backup plan. That is why in my presentation, I emphasized there that we have to optimize our untapped resources. Minsan talaga yung may limitations lagi tayo with regards to budget, with regards to so we have to be creative in generating funds. Yun siguro ang isang pwedeng idagdag. We oppose the budget cuts because it will have a very negative impact on our on the UP as a whole. Mga benefits ng students, benefits ng faculty, it will be affected, mga programs, mga plans. But at the same time, as we oppose that, we should have a backup. Yun po ang gusto kong idagdag. Na marami tayong untapped resources here. Hindi na natin po actually kailangan pumunta sa land grant. Here in Los Baños alone, marami na tayong pwedeng magamit at may optimize so that it the revenue or the additional resources could augment yung ating kakulangan dahil dun sa budget cut. So yun po, salamat.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you. Thank you. No, hopefully that doesn't devolve into a dilemol type situation for UPLB. Pero magandang tanghali po. Ako si Jetro mula sa Department of Humanities, College of Arts and Sciences, and also the Vice President for Faculty of the All-UP Academic Employees Union, both for faculty and for reps. Ang tanong ko po ay para sa lahat ng tumatakbo or nag-a-aspire na maging Chancellor. Ano po ang plano natin para sa mga entity na faculty? Salamat po.
Ikaw muna, si Chancellor ang muna ngayon. Sorry.
Yeah. NTT, salamat doon sa ating mga kasama sa Faculty Union. Ang plano natin sa NTT is for them to be given opportunities to become part of the regular pool. That's one. Kaya marami po tayong mga NTT, non-tenured, no? Non-tenured track faculty. Kasing isa, tenured track towards a more regular track of faculty position. Now, let me put this into context. Bakit po tayo nag-hire ng mga non-tenured track faculty? Kasi nga, tumataas ang ating enrollment, may mga bagong innovative academic programs tayo. Kailangan taasan natin ang number of GE courses, yung DHK, yung Human Kinetics, PE, kailangan taasan pa. And so, one way to augment those is through the non-tenured track faculty. And nakita nyo yun sa ating mga kasama sa Union, na for them to be reclassified again, for them to get their regular track, in place na po yan. The other is their access to university resources, just like any other regular track. That they should have access to ADF, they should have access to funding for conferences, anything that will further capacitate them. Further capacitate them. Alam nyo ba, meron po tayong non-tenured track na promote from Professor 2, academic track, naging Professor 4, ngayon siya ay Professor 8. Gustong bawasan ng UP system, hindi kami pumayag. Kailangan manindigan tayo because that's the worth of our faculty.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancey. Dean Page?
Frankly, sir, I'm not quite familiar with that. No, thank you, sir, Chancey Dong, for enlightening us on non-tenure track. So, mahirap naman mag-plastic, sir, no? Sir, pag-aaralan ko po, hindi ko talaga kahit sagutin yan. Pass.
Yeah, that's okay. Dean Willie?
So that's why yung ating faculty empowerment program na pinresent ko kanina, we have to capacitate, we have to upskill this tenured track, untenured track, so that later on, if there's an opportunity, pwede silang ma-hire. Ang issue kasi minsan for our faculty minsan, to be promoted in a way, kailangan may publication siya. Kailangan may MS siya. So yun yung mga requirement, o at least PhD. So for us, for this non-tenured track, because of their experience, I know meron kayong free tuition yata, pagka kayo gusto mag-take ng MS. So encourage natin yan na mag-MS kayo agad. Mag-MS kayo agad. For now, yung non-tenured is only temporary. But once you are qualified, no, you have the graduate degree, you have the, and then we will train you also to conduct research para magkaroon kayo ng publication. No, once you all have the minimum requirement to be converted into a tenured faculty, so yun, through promotion or ano, yun ang ating titingnan at pag-aaralan how really to facilitate your transfer from non-tenured to a tenured faculty. So thank you po.
Well, itong situation ng non-tenured track, no, I'll give you the good things. At least sa College of Engineering Agro-Industrial Technology, nag-aaral din sila ng masters. They're also part of the research project. Yung iba sa kanila, project leader. Another good thing, hindi pumapatak sa kanila ang 5 years up or out. But the downside is they don't have the security of tenure. Kahit PhD sila, pag wala tayong item, wala silang pupuntahan. So we need items for them. That's why part of my program is to ask for additional item. Alam ko, suntok sa buwan. But kailangan natin sumuntok, baka makatama. But definitely, the biggest problem doon, or dapat i-focus natin yung ating attention, is to how to get additional faculty items to absorb this best and excellent faculty of ours. Thank you.
Sundan ko na yung mga tanong tungkol dyan sa, ano, no, sa mga appointments. So ito naman, sa mga reps naman, ano? Hold on. Sa mga reps naman, ano ang iyong posisyon sa naibang tenure and promotion tools ng UPLB para sa reps? No? Parang katulad yan itong tanong na to, no? Considering that there is already the scientific career system, no, ano pa ang pwedeng gawin, no, to enhance yung promotion opportunities natin para sa mga reps? No? Dean Page.
The unique thing about reps, sir, is that hindi yung katulad ng faculty na may slack, right? So it's a parang finished position. So what we did in the College of Agriculture and Food Science noon, because talagang wala kaming item to transfer some of our very, very good reps, is that to encourage them to do the scientific career program, no, which is better for them kasi ang laki ng sweldo, no? But I know that there is a move to parang adjust the program sa mga researchers into like that of the faculty. I heard somebody telling me about it. I don't know how true. Pero if that happens, that's a very nice move, sir, and we will support that. Thank you.
Dean Willie, thank you, Dean Page.
So yun nga po ang limitation ng reps, ano. Again, item ang issue pa rin. No? If there's no item, you cannot really promote. Okay, that's why I am encouraging that like yung para bang yung final result dun sa aking plano with regards to staff and reps is that I want them to really, I will encourage them to really push through yung sa ating Civil Service Commission, career scientist. Yun yung ultimate siguro na pwede natin maitulong sa kanila, providing with the resources, allowing them to do research, more research, kasi yun ang basis basically ng CSC career scientist, number of research, yung impact ng research na yon, so that once they are CSC career scientist, yun na yung pinaka-ultimate promotion nila in a way. And then, I know, mas mataas pa nga yung grade level nila sa iba na reps. So, yun ang tututukan natin really sa reps so that at the end of the day, dadami ang ating CSE career scientist and that would give a big boost, di ba, to UPLB in general na. No? So, improving the manpower really resources of UPLB. So, thank you.
When I was still the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension, we developed the promotion tool. It was very transparent, predictable. Ibig sabihin, pwede mo i-program yung career mo kung gusto mong tatargetin yung higher level. Unfortunately, kahit lumampas ka sa salary level 5, I'm not so sure, on certain salary grade, wala ka rin pupuntahan kasi walang item. But the good thing is that we have alternative itong career system. Ito yung mga information kailangan natin for our reps. Kung hindi nyo pa alam. You need to be a regular rep or you have a regular item sa UPLB for the last 10 years, minimum. And to meet the number of publications. So ibig sabihin, if you would like to support our reps, bigyan natin silang opportunity to publish. Bigyan natin sila, mas basic, na opportunity to do research. Support them so that the research output could be published and be part of their career program. I think that's the only way for our reps, especially researcher, to be promoted at a salary grade 24. That's the lowest. Career level. Scientist 1. Salary grade 24. I think that's associate professor 4, something like that. Ang equivalent yan.
Thank you. Chanchi?
Alam nyo ba, sir, na during this tenure, pinakamarami po ang mga reps na na-awardan at na-increase, na-promote ang kanilang career scientist rank. Marami po yan. At yan isa po sa nabanggit po nila ay lalo pa nating paigtingin bilang isang platform. Because in addition to their current rank, once they become career scientists, they'll be one rank higher. Mas mataas yung rank nila. And therefore, the salary grade, and therefore, the benefits. Kaya, this tenure, this term, itong dalawang terms natin, pinakamarami ang mga reps na naging career scientists. Lalo pa nating pagigtingin yan. Pero, maglalabas ulit tayo ng panibagong audit system, audit accounting, para makita natin doon sino pa dito sa mga reps natin ang kailangan ng pwedeng umusod pa. In other words, it's an audit system, evaluation system, another review or round of review of or audit of the classification positions of our reps, no? So that kapag nandiyan na yung additional item, by the way, we were able to increase kahit papaano naman. Sabi nga ni Dean Rex, pasuntok sa buwan. Hindi po naging suntok sa buwan yung nangyari po nitong dalawang termino. Sapagkat may mga ilang items po ang nadagdag. In fact, may pending pa ho tayong request sa DBM. Nung unang term po natin, ang na-consolidate po nating mga budget ng item, plantilla item, is about 700. Distributed po yan sa admin faculty. So, lalo nating isusulong ang additional item.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. Next question, please.
Ayan po. Ako po si Andre mula sa CAS-SC at YapJust UPLB, isang Human Rights Alliance dito sa campus. So, didiretso ko na po. Ang reality on ground ay napakaraming estudyante ang nire-red tag, nilalagay sa mga flyers, pinapost sa Facebook at iniuugnay sa mga revolusyonaryong grupo na nakaka-compromise po sa kanilang security at well-being. Ang tanong po natin sa mga nominees, paano po natin na-envision yung pag-uphold sa Safe Haven Resolution at ano rin po yung ating commitment sa pagkakat ng any partnership towards the military and the police within the university. Yun lang po.
Dean Pitts.
Relationship between the PNP and the military. Di ba bawal yan, sir? I know, I don't know really kung nawala na, no? Yung usapang yan. Pero there is a approved na hindi basta-basta pwedeng pumasok ang any military or even the PNP without the approval of the Chancellor. May MOA yan, alam ko eh. There's an existing, I don't know if it's still on. Kasi I heard a couple of years ago na parang pinag-uusapan yan eh. Pero I don't know kung it's still there or not. But if it's still there, military or the PNP cannot enter unless they have a collaboration with that or magpapaalam or permit with the Chancellor. So basically, if they will be picking up students without due process, mali yun. Okay, so it's not it should not be done. Okay? We have to protect our students while they are in UPLB. Okay? And the same way, red tagging, not quite familiar, bakit kayo nare-red tag? Bakit kayo nare-red tag? Bakit kayo nalalagay sa Facebook?
We don't know exactly din po, sir. But according to the post po, ay dahil lang po kami ay mga aktivista at nagrarally, inuugnay po agad kami sa mga revolutionary groups. So yun po yung reason, sir, if we are not aware.
Tapos hindi rin na-identify kung kaninong Facebook yon.
Yes, sir, but we know it at according sa patterns po ng mga prop na ito, na we are certain na it is driven by certain state elements to intimidate the students. Yun po.
Okay, so basically there's something going on that, no po.
Okay. First of all, I would like to make emphasize that I'm against that. Actually, hindi lang student ang nare-red tag, pati faculty. I know. First of all, siguro maganda reviewin muna natin yung memo with regards to the PNP and the military. Dapat kung nandun, naka-stipulate doon that it's yung mga guidelines on what to do before you red tag someone or dapat i-review natin yan, reviewin, and then i-implement. If there's a need for revision, we will propose for a revision. Kasi, kaya nga po, in-specify ko doon sa aking presentation that I will uphold the safe haven policy because I want our students to be secured, safe, regardless of religion, belief, gender, that within UPLB, this is your second home kasi na you will be protected, you will be heard. And if there's may violation, kung either side man, PNP yan o military, siyempre, we will go against that and we will pursue that. Ang mga tao, hindi porkit nagrarally ang mga estudyante ay Actually, when I was the student, kami yung unang-unang nagrally ng, kung hindi nyo natatandaan siguro to, yung socialized tuition fee. Hindi pa sila pinapanganak, sorry. Meron socialized tuition fee dati. Kami yung unang-unang nagrally sa Diliman. But it doesn't mean, di ba? Kasi we're just fighting. You are just airing your ideas, di ba? So, we will review that and of course, we will protect our students. Thank you.
So, I'm against red tagging. I make sure, if given the chance, to improve the safe haven condition of the university. But this is the facts. I have discussion with Vice Chancellor for Community Affairs, Attorney Eric, and also Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Vice Janet, on the situation. According to Vice Eric, we have only the National Defense UPLB Accord. So in short, we should have a police, PNP and UPLB. And when we revise, because in my plan, we will be asking for revision. By the way, the provision in the accord is they will only inform us, not asking for permission or approval. But the good thing is that I think part of the Student Council is a member of the group chat that every entry of police nare-register yung sasakyan, tao, and anong purpose. We will make sure, when we review the DND UPLB Accord and push for PNP UPLB Accord, we will include the red tagging provision. I cannot provide the specific provision that I'll be suggesting, but I'll need your help to come up with the one that would safeguard and protect our students and other stakeholders here. Thank you.
Ang pamantasan, ako ay naniniwala bilang isang sandigan ng paghuhusay ng malayang pagpapahayag. At kaya nga, maraming salamat sapagkat in-acknowledge niyo yung very word na sinumpa natin kayo mga estudyante, nung unang termino natin, safe haven. Kailan tayo nagkaroon ng safe haven resolution na pinagtulungan ng sektor ng ating mga faculty, estudyante, ng union? Dahil nga po sa pagtaas po ng incidence ng red tagging. Maraming salamat sapagkat ina-acknowledge niyo yung very word na safe haven resolution at ito ay pinagtibay ng ating University Council. However, dahil nga po dun sa safe haven resolution, kasama po ang mga estudyante, hindi po miyembro ng University Council ang mga estudyante. Kaya natin niripaso na pinangunahan ni Faculty Regent Ramota na magkaroon tayo ng Committee on the Protection of Human Rights and Academic Freedom na kung saan magkakaroon tayo ng mga multi-sectoral representatives para lalo pa na ang mga ating mga estudyante na hindi miyembro ng University Council ay talagang mabigyan ng pagkakilala sa kanilang mga karapatan, especially against red tagging. So, the structure and the system did not allow for the safe haven resolution, di ba? That's why we came up with another framework called the Committee on Academic Freedom and Human Rights. Doon sa question, salamat at in place na po ito. Magkakaroon ulit po tayo ng meeting na kung saan lahat ng multi-sectoral representatives will come together. At definitely, we will register against red tagging.
Thank you. Thank you, Dindong. Hold on. Ito naman para sa mga administrative, no? Staff naman itong tanong na ito. No? And Dean, sino bang mauna? Dean Willie? No? Meron daw pangkalatan na kakulangan sa mga administrative staff. Ano daw ang plano para matugunan ang kakulangan ito ng administrative staff?
Opo. Yung mga pinagtatatang module related, ano, kasi it's more of item na minsan talaga laging kulang yung item, no? Tapos basically minsan na-absorb pa ng ibang unit yung item itself. So kung may kulang, ang magandang gawin natin ay siguro i-augment, no, yung mga admin staff for the meantime so that they can be assisted. Like for example, hiring more JOs or yung ating CEO, ano ba yung ating tawag? Contract observed COS, ano, para merong tutulong sa ating mga admin staff. And then, I think it's high time really for us to, lalo na, again, mayroon tayong new building, yung ating genomics building sa may, ano, na definitely magiging kulang ang tao doon. That's why I will actively work on requesting new items, really, new items for UPLB, para po na yung ating mga pangangailangan, no, administrative staff man yan o kaya reps yan, ay matugunan, malagyan yung kulang ng mga lugar. Especially that we have created a new center, no? Hindi talaga kakayanin. So siguro initially we will hire a lot of COS to augment and for the center to be operationalized, but at the end, while doing that, we will also request for new items so that yung pangangailangan natin in manpower will be supplemented. So yun po, salamat.
Wala naman tayong pupuntahan ba talagang magre-request ng items sa DBM. And the good news is that, gaya ng sinabi ni Chancellor, we were able to get a number of, it's quite difficult to, at least during our time for 6 years, to get additional item. And the fact na nakakuha si na Chancellor, it's a precedence that we could move, push, and get for additional items. Hindi lang sa admin, sa reps, also sa faculty. But our strategy here is para hindi ma-overwhelm in terms of kapirahan yan ang tinitingnan ng admin. We will start with the second top level positions na hingi tayo ng top, ipropromote sila, mabakante ang second level, ipromote ang third level. Unti-unti, iakyat natin, iangat natin yung mga positions. No? I hope that with that approach, kasi limited lang ibibigay naman ng DBM, we're able to move up yung mga staff natin, especially sa admin and sa reps, with higher possibility and probability for approval.
Alam nyo ba na meron tayo na pagtagumpayan sa ating mga administrative staff, the additional 30 contractual items, yung UPCON. At ito ay pinoproseso na kung saan ibibigay itong mga plantilla or yung UPCON na tinatawag. 30 yan. No? So, doon sa mga units na kung saan may talagang sobra ang pangangailangan, talagang extremely needed for administrative staff, ay doon natin ibibigay. Anong naging basihan natin? Noong 2022, nagkaroon tayo ng job audit na pinangunahan ng dating dekano ng College of Economics and Management at siya na po ay namayapa. Talagang tuwing naalala ko yung job audit, ito'y na-attribute ko sa committee ng namayapang si Dr. Salvador Catelo. Yung job audit, sinasabi niya doon, nira-rationalize niya aling mga unit ang talagang may pangangailangan. Slowly, may mga gains tayo, nagkaroon tayo ng mga paglilipat dun sa mga unit na talagang nangangailangan. Pero alam nyo ba, napakahirap. Kasi hanggat walang consent ang isang staff para panatilihin o ilipat siya sa ibang unit, ay talagang hindi mo talaga basta-basta implement yung job audit. At hindi natin ginawa yun. Hindi natin pinush because, again, part of our core values is compassion. Now, gusto nyo ba, kagaya ko ng isang diktador na kung ayaw mo, kay gusto mo, ililipat ka namin. We cannot just do that. So more items should be secured.
Thank you, Chancey. Dean Peets.
Sir, I agree with what Chancellor said about the job audit, but it should be done in such a way that you have to know per unit ano ba talaga ang kailangan mo. Ano bang capability nung taong kailangan mo. So from that position, ano ba yung job niya dapat gawin? So we can really factor in, and is that person overload or underloaded? Okay? Another problem regarding our administration is that yung process of kaya lagi-lagi tayo, pag humihingi ng item, sinasabi ng system, may item kayo, ang dami nyo, hindi nyo nga nafe-fill upan. Because, ang ginagawa natin, pag retire nung matanda, na mataas yung position, susundan siya nung bata na mababa ang position. So, that takes 6 months to a year to fill up that. Kaya ang dami nating bakante. So, maybe one way is to speed up the changing, fast track the recruitment process, and maybe look into what do we really need. Baka pwede namang yung isang bagay na yon ay pwede namang isupplement ng maybe digitation or whatever, na para madali para kukunti lang yung item na ihingan natin. Lagi-lagi mahirap humingi ng item. We have experienced that. And pag binigay mo sa UP system yan, lahat ng UPCU, kanya-kanyang scratch. Okay? So, really, it's very hard. And for us, sa administration dati, talagang we have to protect the meager number of administrative positions that we have. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have a long line there. I'm not sure whether we're going to finish up to the last person, but please go ahead, sir.
Magandang tanghali po. Ako po si Jason Pozon, ang kasalukuyang Pangulo po ng All UP Academic Employees Union, Los Baños. Ang gusto ko lang pong itanong ay renew lang po ng ating collective negotiation agreement. And according to Article 4, Section 2, na ang mga reps na may inuupuan na temporary na item ay dapat ma-tenured o endorse for tenureship after 6 months. Kaya lang, nagiging problema po ngayon sa siyam na constituent universities, tanging ang UPLB lang po ang minaiiba at mas mahigpit na tenure requirements at promotion tools na naiiba rin compared sa 8 na constituent universities. Kung kayo po ay papalarin ang isa man sa inyo maging chancellor, ano po ang magiging pagtingin po natin dito at ano ang ating magiging aksyon? Kasi po nagkakaroon ng conflict. Kasi po ang CNA ay agreement at ito po ay signed between the UP System Administration at ng union. Pero dahil iba nga po ang nasa UPLB na tool na promotion and tenure, nagkakaroon po ngayon ng problema. So, nais po namin malaman mula po sa union, ano po kaya ang ating magiging aksyon dito? Salamat po.
Ako na ba, sir? Ako yatang mauna ngayon. Yeah. Jason, inutusan ko na si Vice Chancellor Nel Bantayan na implement. Una, reviewin mo, no? Paki-review. Bakit hindi natin pwedeng basta-basta ma-implement ito? Pero ang request ko ay kung ano ang ini-implement sa ibang campuses ay dapat parehong polisiya. Maraming salamat, Jason, sa pagpunto sa ganyang panukala.
Okay, meron bang ibang kasagutan para doon sa mga ibang nominado?
Palagay ko, sir,
Pareho
I
lang.
agree with the Chancellor. No, we have to streamline operations across CUs. Kasi nagtatampuhan eh. Bakit doon ganito? Bakit ganito? So, ever since there are unique characteristics of UPLB pagdating sa ganyan, no? Very unique tayo. Most of the time, mas mahirap tayo. Mas mahirap sa atin, no, compared to the other CUs. Maybe it's about time to look into that, whichever of us, no, to look into that and maybe streamline operations. Tell the President, sir, pare-pares lang tayo para isang kwentuhan lang. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Agree?
Comment din, agree po ako doon. No? Nakakapagtaka nga that we have 9 CUs and then we have a separate policy or guidelines. General policy na nga po binibigay sa atin ng system itself. So why do we have to make our own? So kung ano po yung nasa system, yun po ang ating i-implement. Yun po ang ating susundin. If ever there would be additional coletilya dun sa ating pag-i-evaluate, maybe you have to really review that, check that, and we have to have a consultation with the concerned units. Kasi minsan sa tingin ko, yun isang nagiging kulang na walang consultation yung mga maapektuhan. And then basta na lang i-apply. So yun po hindi natin gagawin. If given the opportunity, streamline the procedure, adapt kung ano po yung nasa system. And if there is a slight modification dun sa binigay ng system, we will do the process wherein consultation, tingnan natin ang pros and cons, bakit natin kailangan dagdagan, and if ang consensus ng body ay wag nang ituloy yung modification, that we will do. So yun po, maraming salamat.
Well, my stand is it would be unfair for our reps na mas stringent yung ating requirement for tenure and promotion. But just to give you background, I was the Vice Chancellor na ginawa ito. So kung may kasalanan, wala akong may kasalanan. But ito yung depensa. We have the REPSA, and I think kung may nandito sila, for several months we studied the criteria, the tool, and it was the output of the committee ng mga reps natin. Now, if there's a really unbalanced and unfair, then I could, if given the chance, I could initiate with the other chancellors to come up with a system-wide review to harmonize all policy on tenure and policy for reps in the whole UP system. And that I will do given the chance.
Thank you very much. We're running short of time. Let me just ask questions to represent sectors that has not been addressed yet by the previous questions. No? And this is in relation to basic education, UPRHS. Ano ang plano ninyo para sa UPRHS? And then sama ko na yung isa pang sector na hindi pa nababanggit dito. How about your plans? No? How about your plans for increasing the number of UP artists and social scientists? So, your thoughts on UPRHS, your plans, and then ikaw ata din Pids yun? Din Pids, ano paikot yan, oo. And then, increasing the number of UP artists and social scientists.
First, sir, yung UPRHS, alumni ako niyan. So, basically, I don't have any problem with UPRHS. I'm quite at all. I don't know what issue they have. So, status quo for UPRHS. They're producing a lot of good people. Okay, so basically, artists and social scientists, ang pinakamagandang move dyan, I don't know, don't want to start a riff, no? Pero the College of Arts and Sciences really should separate into sciences and arts, paving the way for the development of arts and social sciences in the university. Okay, so that's what I see, no? This will definitely affect their growth as persons because hindi sila mahihinder na isang malaking kolehiyo and this college will be unique for themselves. Okay, so the College of Arts and maybe College of Science, I don't really know. Pero I heard that they had a move already na meron na silang position paper for that. And that will, palagay ko, will prompt them to develop new courses, new programs for that college. No? So, if that happens, of course, I'm full support to the College of Arts. And, of course, our social scientists and artists. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
UPRHS. So, for me, I see the value of UPRHS, no, how siyang para bang, no, siya ang partner talaga ng UP, no, dun sa higher education tayo, sila yung sa secondary, sa basic education. And I fully support them. If sa akin nga, mas gusto ko, damihan pa ang kanilang enrollment, basically, dagdagan ng faculty. Ang issue lang na narinig ko with regards to UPRHS is that yung difficulty of the faculty to be promoted because of their, overloading na hindi na sila makapag-conduct ng research, ng study. So that is why, again, I would like to emphasize na kaya nga po natin i-strategize yung loading ng mga ating faculty wherein i-reduce natin ng load nila, ibibigay natin yung excess load sa ating mga teaching fellows, associate fellows, so that they will have more time, ample time to really conduct research, to mentor their students, so that later on they would have the opportunity to be promoted. So isa. Pangalawa, dun sa, I support yung pong suggestion ni Dean Pitts here that what if nga, sobrang napakalaki kasi ng CAS, ng College of Arts and Sciences. I've heard that before na gusto nilang maging College of Arts and College of Science yung isunod. However, nawala yung development. So I will review that, look at it, and if there would be a proposal for that kind of I will fully support that. So yun po. Salamat.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I support the UP Rural High School as well as the artists and social scientists. You know, we have a program, yung teaching science and mathematics, na nagiging laboratory yung rural high school natin. So in short, nakalink itong dalawa. Yung dunong ni Chancellor na program is a good, tuwang-tuwa si Secretary Sani Angara, and I think itong teaching math and science ay isang bagay din na pwede natin maklaim in helping the DepEd kasi may education na tayo. Sa artist naman and social scientist, we need to inspire people. And part of the inspiration is the reward and award system. If you want to empower your staff or people, rewards and award system is part of it. So I think we need to support both the artist and the social scientist.
Okay. Chancey.
Nawala. Alam nyo ba na sa dalawang termo na natin, ang UP Rural High School ay namayagpag. Bilang isang dating instructor ng UP Rural High School, ay never nating mapapabayaan ang basic education. Alam nyo ba na sa dalawang terminong ito, marami po ang na-promote sa UP Rural High School na faculty. At ang balak po na, ang mas marami pa to ay mga balak diyan, ay paigtingin yung mga current programs na actively involved ang UP Rural High School. Kasama ang UP Rural High School sa Teacher Education Council, Teacher Education Excellence Center. Alam yan ni Principal Mabel Buela na ang math and science teaching, ang STEM program ng UP Rural High School ay kinikilala. At ito ang malaking kontribusyon na kung saan ang UPLB ay pinangalanan na isa sa mga 6 na Teacher Education Excellence Center sa bansa. At sa unang pagkakataon, because of the MST, nabigyan ito ng CHED Center of Excellence Award. Palakpakan nyo naman ang UP Rural High School. Ibig sabihin, lalo pa nating pag-iigtingin ang role ng basic education through the UP Rural High School. Lalo't lalo na dahil sa mga problema na kinakaharap natin sa kalidad ng edukasyon, lalong-lalo na sa basic education. At nabanggit yung dunong. Yung UP artists, binanggit na po nila for approval na ito ng ating EXICOM, ang pagkakaroon ng College of Arts and College of Sciences. College of Arts and Humanities and College of Social Sciences na ito po ay maipa-finalize na for consideration of the Executive Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, mga kasama. It's almost 12:30, and I think somewhere, somehow, sometime we'll have to put an end to this event. But it doesn't mean that if you have any additional questions, you cannot send them, or you cannot raise them and ask yung ating mga nominees. You can do so by writing your questions, sending it to us, sa search committee, or you can write it now, and then we can collect on a piece of paper yung mga questions inyo. So pasensya na mga kasama, we'll have to end this. I'll ask one more question, sa ating mga nakatindig dyan sa linya, and then I'll ask the final question dito sa nakasulat sa papel. Madami pa rin ito, kapal pa rin ito, so please understand, we'll make sure that all your concerns, your questions, will be taken into consideration and discussed with the nominees. Remember, we still have a session with them in the individual interviews, next week. So hindi pa ito yung katapusan, that you can actually raise your concerns to them via the search committee. Okay, yes, ma'am. So you're the last person to ask the question live in the hall, and then I'll read one last question dito sa ating mga nakasulat na questions.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Erin Bartolay from UPLB Perspective, the official publication of UPLB. So, I would like to ask this question for all the nominees. what concrete steps will you implement to immediately address the concerns that student publications in UPLB face, including the lack of permanent spaces, lack of funding for college publications, as well as the red tagging that we are always plagued, especially in our Facebook posts. So to give context, currently meron pong page called UPLB Perspective Exposed that is dedicated to red tag UPLB Perspective, as well as UPLB students that what do you call this? That forward calls for student representation as well as national development. So thank you.
Ako na pala. Thank you po for the question. UPLB Perspective is a very important tool, di ba? This is our way really to be transparent, a way for the students to immediately know what we are doing, That's why I think that the role of UPLB Perspective is very, very important. So I will support that later on. Ang hindi ko maintindihan, I remember that when I was a student, doon sa aming tuition fee, meron laging doon, magkano ba? Parang 1 peso o 2 peso devoted for UPLB Perspective. So how come funding is a problem ngayon? So isa yon. As for the space that you're saying, I know that the SU is now being renovated. I don't know the plans, but definitely you should have a whole room. Definitely you should have a place, a space for you own, that you can call your own. Kasi nga, if given the chance, of course, I will make sure that you will have a space of your own. Whether it is in SU or in another place, so hahanap tayo kung ano yung mas appropriate. Pero mas maganda sana sa SU din, kasi doon yung nyo. With regards to red tagging, I have mentioned that earlier kanina na I'm totally against that. We have to really safeguard the students, Again, it doesn't mean that you are actively expressing your ideas through rallies and all. It doesn't mean na ikaw ay kailangang dapat ma-red tag. So we will protect, we will sino ba ang ng administrator ng Facebook na yon? Dapat siguro ma-check. Ano yung basis nila at nire-red tag kayo, 'di ba? So, yon po ang aking sagot sa. Salamat po.
Yeah, definitely I have stated my position against red tagging. On the place, definitely you should have your place, working place, especially that you're working beyond the office hours. On the budget, let me do the computation, how much augmentation is needed other than the contribution, so that we could see how much would be given or added to your budget on a yearly or semestral basis. Thank you.
Sa opisina, ang alam ko dahil nga sa renovation ng SU, na kung saan nandun yung opisina, temporarily, kayo ay nilipat temporarily sa math building. Kaya meron kayo, nakasecure kayo doon. Yan ang napaabot sa akin ni Vice Chancellor Silva na dito sa renovation plan, rehabilitation plan ng SU, dapat hindi ma-displace itong mga student organizations natin. At alam ko na nandun kayo sa temporarily sa math building. Well, alam niyo naman kung bakit natin for the first time i-renovate o re-rehabilitate ang SU building. Alam niyo naman siguro yung rationale dyan. We allotted 100 million for the first phase renovation of the Student Union building, state-of-the-art complex for student. At tayo din ang nagsulong. Magkakasama tayo noon. Anong sinabi ninyo? Atin ng SU. At binigay natin yan. 24 hours nandun kayo, doing your productive activities at the Student Union building. But we find it that you should be in that building safe and secure. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng renovation and rehabilitation plan na sinusulong natin. Nagtagal lang dahil sa proseso ng requirement ng NCCA kasi nga ito ay National Artist Design Building. Now, doon sa college papers, ngayon lang panahon natin, nagkaroon tayo ng 2 additional college-based papers. College of Economics and Management at ang College of Development Communication. Why other colleges cannot follow? Isusulong po natin.
Mabuti na lang sinusundan ko si Chancellor. So nasagot na basically yung queries mo. Pero I had an experience regarding the perspective problem on budget. During that time, ma'am, I don't know if it's the same problem as you are having right now, is the procurement process. Yun yung main problem. I think the people from OVCSA can help you there, no? Because planning lang yan. In order, we have to admit that we have to follow something. And it's simply planning. And there are certain ways that I know that you can play around with that, no? The legal way. Kasi pag pera ng gobyerno, ang gagamitin mo hindi ka pwedeng illegal. Hindi ka paka-congressman sa senator na hindi ka mahuhuli. Okay? Tayo ay develop for us yun, yung mga mahihinang tao, kaya madali tayo mahuli. Okay, so ask for help doon sa mga taong may alam na procurement. Regarding red tagging, nag-usap nga kami ni Dean Willie, sabi ko, what's really going on? No? So I think if given a chance, I'll look into that. Look at the reason why you are being red tagged. Is there something going on out there, no? And that we have to check, no, in order for you to be safe. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, sige. So ang last question ngayon, will be for in relation to sa mga alumni natin, no? Kasi nandito naman yung mga presidente ng ating alumni associations, no? I think it's fair to ask a question, no, related to alumni sector ng ating university. No, ano ba ang plano ninyo, no, para mas lalong maging productive ang partnership, no, ng alumni at ng university? Marami na ding mga planong nabanggit kayo kaninang sa inyong mga vision and plans, no? Ang tanong ko is, saan ba yung mga konkreto pang mga activities na kailangan gawin natin para maging more productive and beneficial yung partnership na yan with our alumni?
Well, we have to commend yung ginagawa ni Chancellor. We have alumni fellow through the alumni office. I think it should be augmented. It should be magnified. SEAT has the most number of alumni fellow, but alam niyo kung ilan yon? Ang most number, 5. So we have to push to, tama? 5? Yes. Up, pito. Okay, 7. Sorry. So even with the College of Engineering being one of the biggest colleges, and we've been existing for, sabihin lang natin, more than 100 years, starting from the agricultural engineering, 7 is not a good number. So we have to magnify, push, to maximize our alumni fellow program. No? We're here, I'm being the dean, I'll be helping you. We have also our faculty in charge. I think on my program stated earlier, we need the wisdom of the alumni. The wisdom and the experience, the network. In the creation of policy think tank, I think we need them a lot as a thinker and philosopher, and been exposed to different policies, no? National policies, para angkop naman yung ating gagawin policy recommendation to the industry, to the government. Ganon din sa sa ating gagawing pool of champions for our researchers. We need people who could provide guidance and wisdom, as the administration would provide the logistics as well as other support system that will be able to maximize the expertise of UPLB through these 2 initiatives. But again, there will be a significant and important role for our alumni. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much. Mga kasama, again, no, apologies no, that we need to end already our Q&A portion. No? And alam ko naman tong ating mga nominees, if you want to ask them questions, personally, individually, you can do so. No? I'm very sure they're open to that. No? So okay daw naman, no? Pwede nyo naman silang lapitan din, I think that's also a good way that you can clarify yung kanilang mga plano, no? If they are if they're given the opportunity, to serve as the next chancellor natin, no? So maraming salamat sa inyo, Pasensya na, no? Maraming salamat sa inyong understanding. Oh. Okay, sige. So we'll give you 1 minute each for your closing. Sorry. Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Gutom na.
Maraming salamat kay Dean Rex at in-acknowledge niya yung initiative natin. In-acknowledge niya na in-establish natin sa active engagement with our alumni. We established the Alumni Fellows Program in different tracks. Ibig sabihin, kay retired ka na alumni, if you come from abroad or wherever you come from, you can still contribute. Marami tayong mga alumni na gusto pang mag-contribute, maki-reconnect dito sa ating pamantasan. At binigyan natin ng platform, yung tinatawag na Alumni Fellows Program. So sa engineering, may mga alumni tayo na nag-conduct ng lectures as resource person. So sa College of Agriculture, no, at sa iba pang mga kolehiyo, kung sila ay abogado, sila ay nag-deliver ng seminars, workshops on law and economics or law and the internet, for example. Napakalaking bagay na itong mga alumni natin are being tapped for them to contribute and to be reconnected with the university. May pondo po tayo dyan. Pinupondohan po natin yan, accommodation, meron din po silang sessions, concluding sessions, may recognition rights po sila. So hindi lang during alumni loyalty day na re-recognize po ang alumni. Pangalawa, itong very concrete na gagawin po natin. Lahat ng alumni na nagbigay ng pondo at contribution sa university, we will have a wall recognizing their contribution, whether in terms of fund, through material resources, or whatever significant contribution. An alumni wall.
Parang sir, parang wall of greatness. Gano'n, no? So, yun yung maganda, sir, sa endowment fund. Pag nagbigay sila something, lalagyan sila ng pangalan. We were looking, I heard then President Javier told us that there is such thing as yung mga past dignitaries, sir, ng wall. Kunyari, 10,000 ang binigay mo, doon ka lang kay Rex. Kung kay Chancellor, mga 500, pwede kay Chancellor ka, nakalinya, mga ganon, something like that, like an endowment. But of course, that is from the heart. But I think the alumni can better help us through to assisting us and advising us at different councils. So if you look at one of my programs in terms of bridging community, one aspect there is asking you to be part of the councils or committees in specific areas that are critical for national development, because you have the experience in the past that you can share with the group. No, I don't really know if do sa fellow program may pwede kang bigyan ng pang bus or pang gasolina, okay?
Funded po
so,
yun, sir.
Funded. Of course, alam naman namin kung alumni kayo, gusto nyo talagang tumulong sa university kahit walang pang gasolina. Okay, thank you very much.
Sige din, Willie.
Yay. Ano ba, save the best for last? Una, again, I acknowledge really the significant contribution of our alumni. In fact, when I was the dean, ang daming projects namin, yung mga projects namin with the alumni. Ano? Ilan yung rooms na napagawa namin because of alumni donation, support. Yung auditorium na paayos, nabigyan ng napakagandang sound system because of the alumni. So I'm just saying na alumni is really a big partner of any administration, and I'm siguro magpasalamat talaga sa lahat ng alumni natin. Maraming salamat po sa inyong tulong. At if given the opportunity, I will further strengthen that partnership. Through, again, kanina nabanggit ko, yung expertise nila, yung knowledge nila. Ang daming alumni, ang kailangan mo lang itanungin sila na mag-share. And then there would be, magbo-volunteer pa yan, sa totoo lang. Hindi mo kailangan bigyan ng incentive yung iba. Pero maganda man lang bigyan ng pamasahe kahit paano. Pero what I'm saying is, they are very much open. Kaya nga ako, I am willing to give them kahit na affiliate professorship o adjunct professorship kung depende sa guidelines kung po pwede, so that they can really share. And if in case, later on, actually, alam mo ba, ang pinapangarap ko sa alumni, magkaroon tayo ng parabang bahay ng alumni dito sa UPLB, just like what they have in UP Diliman. Pero that would be a very big project, sigurado yon. But of course, with the alumni, nothing is impossible. So maraming salamat.
Okay, so thank you very much, mga nominees, for your participation in this event, and thank you all for your questions. Again, as I said, your questions will form part of the report of the search committee, and all your concerns, will be given space there for the consideration and use of the Board of Regents for the election of the next UPLB Chancellor. So once again, thank you very much. Palakpakan natin ang ating mga nominees. And looking forward to our next activity next week. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maraming salamat po sa ating lahat. Kung maaari po ay hayaan nating formally mag-close ang ating program. Pakinggan po natin ang closing remarks ni BP Attorney Marian Coquiarehidor, and then ang UP hymn.
Siguro dahil nag-aalisan na, nagmamadali ng kumain ng lahat. Isang malaking pasasalamat na lang po for attending this event. Thank you to the four nominees. They all presented their vision, their mission, their action plans. They each spoke to upholding the rights and welfare of the various sectors. They all spoke about upholding quality and enhancing the quality of education here in UPLB, as well as the operations. They all spoke about expanding research and innovation, and of course, most important of all, social impact. So we appreciate that. Each of them has their strengths, their focus areas, and I'm sure in the upcoming sectoral consultations and individual interviews, we will see more of that highlighted and spotlighted. So, and thank you everybody who's here physically in the audience and online. I'm so happy to see that the environment, the spirit of engagement is alive and well in UPLB. ayoko na magkwento, pero more than decades ago in the late 80s to 90s, I used to be part of the student council as well in Diliman, and we would come here on the Tritran bus na sa UPLB para lang makipag-meeting sa aming counterpart sa USC dito sa LB. Mag-meeting kami hanggang madaling araw, tapos babalik kami sa Diliman by 6 a.m., papasok na kami ulit. Ganun ang buhay ng aktivista in the 90s. So I appreciate the energy and the fervor and the commitment that you have given, and hopefully you can also help enhance the environment for all sectors here in UPLB. So maraming salamat ulit, at kita-kita sa susunod na linggo for the upcoming events. Thank you.